Psalms 32. Is everyone there?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Blessed is the man unto whom Yahweh imputeth not iniquity, and in whose spirit there is no guile. While I kept silent, my bones waxed old through my roarings all the day long. For day and night thy hand was heavy upon me. My moisture is turned into the drought of summer. Selah. I acknowledge my sin unto thee, and my iniquity have I not hid. I said, I will confess my transgressions unto Yahweh, and thou forgavest the iniquity of my sin. Selah. For this shall every one that is godly pray unto thee in a time when thou mayest be found. Surely in the floods of great waters they shall not come nigh unto him. Thou art my hiding place. Thou shalt preserve me from trouble. Thou shalt compass me about with songs of deliverance. Selah. I will instruct thee and teach thee in the way which thou shalt go. I will guide thee with mine eye. Be ye not as the horse or as the mule, which have no understanding, whose mouth must be held in with bit and bridle, lest they come near unto thee. Many sorrows shall be to the wicked, but he that trusteth in Yahweh, mercy shall compass him about. Be glad in Yahweh and rejoice, ye righteous, and shout for joy, all ye that are upright in heart. Praise Yah. All right, please turn to Psalms 50, please. Psalms 50. And it reads, The mighty Elohim, even Yahweh, have spoken, and called the earth from the rising of the sun unto the going down thereof. Out of Zion, the perfection of beauty, Yahweh have shined. Our Elohim shall come, and shall not keep silent. A fire shall devour before him, and it shall be very tempestuous round about him. He shall call to the heavens from above, and to the earth, that it may judge his people. That he may judge his people, Gather my saints together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice, and the heavens shall declare his righteousness. For Elohim is judge himself, Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will speak, O Israel, and I will testify against thee. I am Elohim. I am Yahweh, even thy Elohim. I will not reprove thee for thy sacrifices or thy burnt offerings to have been continually before me. I will take no bullock out of thy house, nor he goat out of thy fold. For every beast of the forest is mine, and the cattle upon 1,000 hills. I know all the fowls of the mountains, and the wild beasts of the field are mine. If I were hungry, I would not tell thee, for the world is mine, and the fullness thereof. Will I eat the flesh of bulls, or drink the blood of goats? Offer unto me thanksgiving, and pay thy vows unto the Most High, and call upon me in the day of trouble. I will deliver thee, and thou shalt glorify me. But unto the wicked, Elohim says, What hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth, seeing thou hatest instruction, and castest my words behind thee? When thou sawest a thief, when thou sawest a thief, then thou wast consented with him, and hast been partaker with adulterers. Thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frameth deceit. Thou sittest and speakest against thy brother, and thou slanderest thine own mother's son. These things hast thou done, and I kept silent. and thou thoughtest that I was altogether such as one as thyself. But I will reprove thee, and set them in order before thine eyes. Now consider this, ye that forgettest Elohim, lest I tear you into pieces, and there be none to deliver. Whoso offereth praise glorifieth me, and to him that ordereth his conversation aright will I show the salvation of Yahweh. Praise Yah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, brother, I'm going to put everyone on mute, and then I will turn the call over to you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And Shalom, Israel. First and foremost, I would like to give praise to Yahweh, the creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is, by saying Hallelujah and Shalom to Israel. And I would like to expound or reread Psalms 50, starting at the 16th verse, for hopefully this psalm will help us to better understand the words that we will receive today. It tells us in the 16th verse of Psalms 50, but into the wicked, Elohim said, what has thou to do to declare my statutes? So it lets us know in this very first sentence that there is a difference between the wicked and the righteous. One is allowed to declare the statutes of their Elohim, and one is being asked, what are you doing trying to declare the statutes of Yahweh, or take his covenant in your mouth when you are considered wicked? The wicked does not have the covenant of Yahweh. The 17th verse reads, seeing thy hatest instructions, and cast my words behind thee. The Torah is nothing but instructions, and those instructions was given to the children of Israel to obey all the days of their life. And when we say this, we mean exactly what we're saying. The Almighty added no more. So when we find ourselves out of our holy land, out of the covenant of the law, we are not allowed to add no more. Many times we hear our brothers and sisters teaching that we are under the law of Yahweh or under the covenant of Yahweh today. They say, if not, what are we supposed to do? Are we just supposed to do anything? Is it anything that we can do? Well, one thing that you must do in all of your seeking is to accept the instructions. If these words are instructions, if these words are telling one how to walk, when these words are ceased, there is no other words. The scripture says he added no more in the law. So we must acknowledge all that Yahweh has said according to the instructions. If you can do it or not, that's obedience. It also tells us in the 18th verse, showing the hypocritical part of a wicked man, that will hurry up and tell you that he's under the law and tell you about the statutes of the law, like the Sabbath day or the feast days. Well, it tells us, when thou saw a thief in the 18th verse, then thou consented with him, and has been partakers with adulterers. And with us not understanding the instructions, many times people find themselves in this situation. They are stealing with the tithes. They are committing polygamy and all type of things with our daughters. It tells us in the 19th verse, thy givest thy mouth to evil. And anytime you add or take away from the words of Yahweh, it is truly evil. And thy tongue frames deceit. Every week your tongue frames deceit when you tell your brother and sister Shabbat Shalom. For there is no Sabbath in bondage. Thou saidest and speakest against thy brother every day. Every day we speak against the black man and the black woman. We bring up terms like Africans and all that. Well, there was a mixed multitude on the boats, on the ships that brought us to America and abroad. And today we have no record of genealogy. Many of you have avouched to be an Israelite. No one of you have a record of genealogy. So we must be careful when we speak and frame deceit and speak us against your own mother's son. The Almighty gonna set it straight. We're gonna all know who we are in that day, as our fathers did. And if there was no record of genealogy, then you was polluted until the true priest stood up, and there would be a record of genealogy. We would know exactly who we are in that day. It tells us, these things hast thou done, and I kept silent. Thy thought is that I was altogether such an one as thyself. And many of our brothers are teaching that today. They are teaching that Yahweh is with them while they are stealing, while they are humbling the daughters of Zion, while they are adding, and while they are taking away. They will readily say that Yahweh is likened to them, like Yahweh agreed with the things they have done and said. Well, the 21st verse says again, these things hast thou done, and I kept silent. Thy thought is that I, the creator of the heaven and earth, was altogether such an one as thyself. But I will reprove thee, I will correct thee. And the scripture tells us in Proverbs, the 30th chapter, the 5th and 6th verse, every word of Elohim is pure. He alone is a shield unto them that trust in him. Add not into his words, lest he reprove thee, and thy be found a liar. Well, today, the Almighty going to use his servant to reprove many of our brothers and sisters today, and they shall be found a liar. For the last sentence in the 21st verse says, I will reprove thee and set them in order before thy eyes. And if you truly fear Yahweh and is willing to depart from evil, it tells us in the 22nd verse, now consider this, ye that forget Elohim, lest I tear you in pieces, and there be none to deliver. Whoso orders praise or offer praise, glorify me. So if you're going to praise Yahweh, you must praise him based on what he has said and done. And to him that order his conversation aright. So there is a conversation that is right, and there are many conversations and rumors that are going among us that are wrong. But the only way that you can praise your Creator is that your conversation is right. And it must be right according to all that he has said and all that he has done. The Almighty say, he or them will I show the salvation of Yahweh. So today we're looking for that salvation. As our sister read in the 32nd Psalm, we won't be like the mule nor the horse that have no understanding. We are going to believe. We are going to understand all that Yahweh has said this day, and we will offer praises by acknowledging that we understand all the instructions this day. Shalom again, Israel. At this time, I hope that you have your Holy Scriptures open, a pen and a piece of paper where you can jot down these most relevant scriptures dealing with the subject matter, which is obedience. Who is on Yahweh's side is the name of the presentation today. We have a presentation already in our catalog that has the same name, Who is on Yahweh's side. It dealt with all of Israel. Well, today's presentation is dealing with all of Israel, but we are exclusively speaking on two of the families that have been despised by the rest of the children of Israel. And we see that despisement today when brothers and sisters talk as if we don't need those two families to operate as Yahweh have commanded the children of Israel. And all that is despisement. For in the instructions that we will read this day, which is nothing but Torah, it lets us know that these two families will always be part of the 12 tribes of Israel. And these two families that Yahweh have chosen was chosen to be a very special function in the law, in the statutes, and in the judgments of our Creator. So without those two families, you will never have the nation of Israel. So we're going to speak a lot upon one of these families, and the family that I am speaking about in particular is the family of Levi. For I continue to hear our brothers say that they are priests, that they are from the tribe of Levi, that they are chiefs among us. All these brothers got these fancy titles, and they are only deceiving us, because to be on Yahweh's side, you must agree and follow all the instructions. And the instructions was given to the children of Israel when they came out of the Egyptian bondage. They had no instructions, as we will show forth this day, when they were in captivity. But when Yahweh brought the children of Israel out of captivity, he brought them out with instructions. And today we're going to show forth those instructions. We're going to reprove our brothers and sisters today and show that they are not following the instructions. And if they are not following the instructions, they are being the characters that we just read about in Psalms 50, the 16th verse, and the Almighty called them wicked. And he only called them wicked because they refused to follow the instructions. But instead, they threw the instructions behind them. And we are going to expose those people this day, and we're going to show the people what it means to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Let us all turn our scriptures to the book of Ecclesiastes, one of the books of wisdom, and let's use these words of wisdom to reprove our brothers this day, that maybe they will take heed and fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Let us all turn our scripture to the book of Ecclesiastes, and I would like to go to the 5th chapter. For in the book of wisdom, Ecclesiastes, the 5th chapter, I would like to read the first 7 verses and reproving or warning the wicked. And it tells us this: keep thy foot when thou goes into the house of Elohim, and be more ready to hear. Don't give us your understanding. Don't give us your conclusion. Don't give us your formula. But instead, be more ready to hear. And what is it that you are supposed to be more ready to hear? It is all that Yahweh has said and all that Yahweh have done. Then to give sacrifices of fools. And Solomon is calling a lot of our brothers and sisters fools that have readily gave the Almighty sacrifices instead of hearing all that he has said. And many people do that today. They tell you they're under the Sabbath. They telling you they're keeping certain laws. They're keeping certain feast days. But the Almighty said you could keep that to yourself. I prefer you to be ready to hear. And to hear means to hear what is written. Than to give the sacrifices of fools. For they, the foolish, consider not that they do evil. So the Almighty letting us know that the sacrifice is something else that you're giving other than adhering to the word. The sacrifice is something that you're doing other than being obedient. The Almighty said, keep your sacrifice, hear the word, and be obedient. And when you say you're keeping the Sabbath today, it is listed under the sacrifice. Because you saying the rest of Israel is wrong, so you're going to sacrifice yourself and keep the Sabbath day where you are wrong. The Almighty said you keep the sacrifice to yourself. I need you to hear and obey. And it will be greater than your sacrifice any day. The second verse reads, be not rash with thy mouth. And I hear it all the time among our brothers and sisters. Very rash with their mouth. going to tell me in Yahweh what they going to do, regardless of what is written. That is being rash with thy mouth, and let not thy heart be hasty to utter anything before Elohim. For Elohim is in heaven and die upon earth. Therefore, Israel, let thy words be few. Don't add. Don't add. It says, for a dream comes through the multitude of business, and a fool's voice is known by a multitude of words, because he hath added. He hath said, well, you keep the Sabbath anywhere, and at all times. And then you show him where it says in Exodus, the 31st chapter, where he that defiled the Sabbath day should die, and they will not acknowledge it. They will add other words to it. And it is the same as these multitude of words. And that's what they are known by. The multitude of their words. Not the words that Yahweh have instructed. They tell you to pay tithes anyway. That is more than what Yahweh said. That is multitude of words. When thy vowest, and many people have vowed that they are Israel, and they have made these outrageous vows, Nazarites, and all these things, which can only be fulfilled under the covenant of the law in their land. Thus the scripture says, when thy vowest a vow unto Elohim, defer not to pay it. Do it. So if you have vowed to be under the covenant of the law, and it tells you he that defiled the Sabbath day should die, then do it. For it tells us in this fourth verse, when thou vowest a vow unto Elohim, defer not to pay it, for he hath no pleasure in food. So the Almighty is allowing us to know what he considers a fool. One that is rash out his mouth, one that keep not his feet, one that adds and take away, one that vows and know he can't do it. Because the Almighty putting you under a test. It tells us again in this fourth verse, when thy vowest a vow unto Elohim, defer not to pay it, for he have no pleasure in fools. Pay that which thou hast vowed. And that's what I tell my brothers and sisters all the time. Not wanting them to do anything foolish, but to allow them to know that they are speaking foolish. The Almighty used Solomon to call them fools. When you say you vow and you don't pay it, you are a fool. You don't never supposed to utter anything before Elohim, for he is in heaven and you are upon earth. So when you acknowledge or utter something to your Creator, you better make sure you right. And you better make sure you willing and able to keep every word, or the Almighty call you a fool. And there are many fools out here that have vowed or vouched to be Israel, to be under the covenant of the law, and they do not keep the vow. The Almighty call you a fool. Not your brother, but the Almighty calls you a fool. Better is it that thou should not vow. Just like the scripture talk about the fool. Even a fool is wise when he keep his mouth closed. So when he keep his mouth closed, he don't look that foolish. What Almighty said, better is it that thou should not vow than that thou should vow and not pay. And we hear our brothers and sisters every day talking about they can't pay that vow because they in another man's land. Or the Almighty said he going to do the judging. Or the Almighty said he going to do the punishment. Not under the covenant of the law. The 6th verse reads, suffer not thy mouth, or your mouth could get you in trouble. Suffer not thy mouth to cause thy flesh to sin, just based on what you said, can cause your body, your soul to sin, because you can't do all that you've been proclaiming before your Elohim. Suffer not thy mouth to cause thy flesh to sin, neither say thy before the angel that it was an error. Wherefore should Elohim be angry at thy voice and destroy the work of thy hands? Psalms 50, verse 16 to 22. For in the multitude of dreams and many words, and that's all our brothers and them are doing, giving us many words and telling us about their dreams, and none of them equate to the instructions that was given our fathers when we came out of bondage. And we're going to prove it. For in the multitude of dreams and many words, there are also divers vanities. So it lets you know they are useless, they are vain. But if you truly fear Yahweh, if you truly on his side, if you truly trying to be one that work in obedience, it tells us, but fear thy Elohim. Lead the words, lead the sacrifices, and fear thy Elohim. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to 1 Samuel, and please jot down these scriptures, because I have many scriptures on this subject, because today we're going to establish the instructions that was given to one of the houses, which is none other than the house of Levi. And there are a lot of instructions. We're not going to be able to get through all of them today, so I will try to give as many as possible. I need you to write them down. I might read a little faster than normal. That way you can go back and check each and every one of these chapters and verses. Make sure your brother have not spoken presumptuously, nor added or taken away anything. It tells us, if we turn to 1 Samuel, because again, we have many brothers saying that they are priests, they are chiefs, they are kings, they are Kohens, and all these special titles, all these flattering titles that man give themselves, and they only giving themselves these titles because they find themselves in gross darkness. They're trying to associate themselves with something in the past. And the Almighty let us know that he will be the only one that will do that. He will be the one that bring us back. He will be the one that count us under the rod. And when he count us under the rod of the shepherd, we all will know who we are in that day. For there will be a record of genealogy found. And the one that holds that record that can never be destroyed is your Creator. Thus it tells us I think I said 2 Samuel. I meant 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter. If we all turn there, please. 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter. For we just heard what the wise man said in the book of Ecclesiastes. Well, we're about to hear some more words from another wise man whose name was Samuel. And Samuel said these words. If we turn to 1 Samuel, I'd like to start reading 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter. I'd like to start reading at the 12th verse. And it reads, and at this time, Israel, please write down any comments or questions that you might have, because you can't ask me the question or speak of the comment while I am teaching the presentation, because you are on mute. So a lot of times when you hear someone say something, you might have a question at that time. But if you let an hour go past or something like that, you might forget the question. So please write down your questions and your comments. It tells us in the 12th verse of the 15th chapter of 1 Samuel, and it reads, and please remember that this presentation denotes obedience and who is actually on Yahweh's side. Because we have many people that say that they on Yahweh's side. We have many people that teach and say, let Yahweh be magnified, let Yahweh be lifted. Well, we're gonna find out today, do they really mean that? And if they do mean that, it's only because they are on Yahweh's side and they are following his instructions. Where it tells us in the 12th verse, when Samuel rose early to meet Saul in the morning, it was told Samuel, saying, Saul came to Carmel, and behold, he set him up a place, and is gone about, and pass on, and go down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul said unto him, Blessed be thy of Yahweh. I have performed. Please take note of what King Saul is saying, because he's going to be reproved this day, just like you are. It says, I have performed the commandment of Yahweh. And Samuel said, what means then this blistering of the sheep in my ear, and the lowing of the oxen which I hear? And Saul said, he hurried up and passed the buck. He the king. It says, and Saul said, they have brought them from the Amalekites, for the people spared the best of the sheep and of the oxen. And one of the instructions was to take King Agag of the Amalekites alive and utterly destroy all the people with the edge of the sword. But that's what Saul did. The order was to destroy all of them. For if we would stop 1 minute and read the 3rd verse, it tells us, now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. That's the sheep that you kept. That's the king that you put up. And that's how we are today. The Almighty tells us exactly what to do, but we have set it up our own way. We saying we can do it, even though the Almighty told us exactly where to do it. And we act like we don't understand it. It tells us in the 3rd verse, go and smite the Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass. So when we read the response of Saul, once Samuel consulted him, and once Samuel started to reprove him, we find that Saul and the people that followed Saul was not on Yahweh's side because they disobeyed the instructions. Thus it reads again in the 15th verse, and Saul said, they have brought them from the Amalekites, for the people spared the best of the sheep and of the oxen. And please take note of this sentence, because they trying to justify their evil doing by saying, let Yahweh live, or by saying, let Yahweh be magnified, because it tells us that they kept the best to sacrifice it to Yahweh, and Yahweh told us obedience is better than sacrifice. There is no sacrifice accepted above the word of Yahweh, and we just read in the book of wisdom, and it told us in the very first verse, keep thy foot when thou goes to the house of Elohim, and be more ready to hear. All the Almighty wanted Saul to do, and the people that followed Saul, was to hear the instructions. And we just read the instructions in 1 Samuel, the 15th chapter, the 3rd verse. So the Almighty telling us in Ecclesiastes, the 5th chapter, the 1st verse, keep thy foot when I go to the house of Elohim, and be more ready to hear than to give the sacrifice of fools. So what Saul is saying, and what Saul and the people are doing, represent the acts of fools, even though they were in the land and they were bona fide people of the Most High. What Almighty said, these were some of my foolish children. And one of those fools were King Saul. Thus it tells us again in the 15th verse, and Saul said, they brought them from the Amalekites, for the people spared the best of the sheep and of the oxen to sacrifice it to Yahweh thy Elohim, and the rest we have utterly destroyed. So according to this instruction, it was 3 things that they were supposed to do. They only did 2. Do they get rewarded? Absolutely not. Instead, they are being reproved. It tells us, and that's exactly what many of our brothers are doing today. They think they're getting away. They think that they can take the Almighty covenant in their mouth when the Almighty is only going to reprove them as they are being reproved this day. It tells us in the 16th verse, then Samuel said unto Saul, stay, and I will tell thee what Yahweh hath said to me this night. And he said unto him, say on. And Samuel said, when thou was little in thy own sight, wasn't thou not made the head of the tribes of Israel? And Yahweh anointed thee king over Israel, and Yahweh sent thee on a journey that you could not follow, that you could not obey. It says, and Yahweh sent thee on a journey and said, go and utterly destroy the sinners, the Amalekites, and fight against them till they be consumed. Wherefore then did I not obey, And how did he not obey? Because he didn't do all that Yahweh have said. And that's all I've been trying to tell my brothers and sisters today. Yes, all the things you're speaking about sound good. And it sounds good to be done in a profane land. But they are no good if you don't do them as Yahweh has commanded thee. And this is one of the greatest testimonies, because it's not just the people, it's not just the common man among Israel, but also the leader in error that is being reproved, only because obedience is always better than a sacrifice. Thus it reads again in the 19th verse, wherefore then did thou not obey the voice of Yahweh, but did fly upon the spoil, and did his evil. It was evil not to acknowledge every word in the sight of Yahweh. And so, please say no, Israel, because this is what you're saying today. Every time I reprove you, you are responding just like our king Saul did in the 20th verse. And it reads, and Saul said unto Samuel, yea, I have obeyed. And many of you are saying you are obeying today, and that we are in error, because we telling you there is a time and place for everything under the sun. You sound just like Saul, for it reads, and Saul said unto Samuel, yea, I have obeyed the voice of Yahweh, and have gone the way which Yahweh sent me, and have brought Agag the king of Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites. Well, according to his response, it lets us know he in error, he have been rashed with his feet, and he have accepted something in a vile sense that he was not able to fulfill, only through sacrifice and through disobedience. For he tells Samuel, and have gone the way which Yahweh has sent me, and have brought Agag the king of the Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites. But the people, he hurry up and throw the people under the bus. He hurry up and pass the buck. But he is the king of the people. So if you're going to tell me what the people, what Almighty going to hold you responsible, because you are the leader of the instructions. Thus it reads, but the people took of the spoil sheep and oxen, the chief of the things which should have been utterly destroyed. So he know they was in error. To sacrifice. But look what they did over obedience. They readily gave sacrifice over obedience. The king and the people. They felt like a sacrifice, keeping the Sabbath, throwing leaven out of their houses, paying tithe. They readily believed that a sacrifice was greater than obeying the voice of Yahweh. And it says in the 22nd verse, as I am saying this day and have said for many years, and Samuel said, have Yahweh as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of Yahweh. And I ask the exact same words each and every day to my brothers and sisters. Do you truly believe the sacrifices that you are making in a polluted land is greater than obeying the voice of your Elohim. And many people have witnessed and told me that it was. Well, to find light, we use the law and the testimony, and we are reading out of a testimony this day dealing with our people and the king. And the great prophet Samuel, the great seer and priest and Nazarite Samuel responded to the king. And he said in the 22nd verse, and Samuel said, have Yahweh as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of Yahweh? Again Samuel said, behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken, as is stated in Ecclesiastes 5:1, and to hearken than the fat of rams. For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft. So they, with them not doing all that Yahweh said, they could have built a little tent and just committed witchcraft. It's the same work. They ain't obeying. They ain't doing nothing that Yahweh has said. So he letting us know their rebellion is equated to witchcraft. So are yours this day. It reads, and stubbornness. After you hear these words and you just say, damn your brother, or your brother just don't understand the book, and I'm reading the words on the page, and the words that I'm reading is on your page. So you going to truly say, I don't understand the book? I'm not adding. I ain't taking away. I'm showing you what's written and showing you where you have added and have taken away. It says stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. So if you want to be stubborn against your brother, you want to be stubborn against the true words of Yahweh, if you want to refuse to witness the truth together, then the Almighty said it is just like you committing idolatry. You talking about your brother and sister that keep finding themselves in the New Testament. The Almighty said you ain't no different when you don't hear all that I say and obey, for it is as idolatry, Israel. And one might say, well, how could that be? And Samuel continued to tell the people, and he said, because thou hast rejected the word of Yahweh. You threw it behind your back. Psalm 50. He have also rejected thee from being king. So it lets us know exactly what this rejection means, because it means the same thing that happened to King Saul. Did King Saul Was not King Saul rejected from the kingdomship? Yes, he was. What Almighty is equating what I did to King Saul is how y'all did me when you did not follow the instructions. And Saul said unto Samuel, I have sinned. So it lets us know when we add, when we take away, when we prefer to give the sacrifice instead of obeying, it is nothing but sin. But you keep pointing the finger at us, talking about we sinning because we ain't doing what you doing. And luckily we're not, because you ain't doing nothing but sinning when you add and take away from the instructions. And I don't care how much you add or how little, it is sin. Thus it says again in the 24th verse, and Saul said unto Samuel, I have sinned. How did you sin, brother? For I have transgressed the commandment of Yahweh and thy words. Why? Because I fear the people and obey their voice. And it reminds me of some teachers that I was under years ago. And I used to bring up, why can't we just tell them what is written, change what we have already taught, and just tell the people what is written? I was told years ago that the people will lose confidence in the teachers that's bringing the so-called truth to the people. So they was more worried about how many members that would stay up under them instead of telling the members the truth. If the members leave, so be it. At least the burden is off of you, and you told the truth to the people, but I was told that wasn't the wisest thing to do because we would lose the confidence of the people. And that's no different than what you're hearing from King Saul today. And he already admitted that he sinned. But let's read it one more time. It says in the 24th verse, and Saul said unto Samuel, I have sinned, for I have transgressed the commandment of Yahweh and thy word, because I fear the people and obey their voice. That's foolishness, and it is a grave error. Now therefore I pray thee, pardon my sin, and turn again with me, that I may worship Yahweh. And Samuel said unto Saul, I will not return with thee, for thou hast rejected the word of Yahweh. And many times people want us to follow them, but we showing them they err. And you still want us to follow you? Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. If you truly do those two things, you would not follow that person that you have realized that have disobeyed the words of Yah. You're not going to follow them. Not if you wise. Thus it reads. Again in the 26th verse, and Samuel said unto Saul, I will not return with thee, for thou hast rejected the words of Yahweh, and Yahweh have rejected thee from being king over Israel. And as Samuel turned about to go away, he laid hold upon the skirt of his mantle, and it rent, it tore. And Samuel said unto him, Yahweh have rent it or tore the kingdom of Israel from thee this day, and have given it to a neighbor of thine that is better than thine. And what quality or characteristic that the neighbor have better than Saul? And that is an ear that he can hear. He is more willing to hear than give the sacrifices of fools. Thus it reads, and also the strength of Israel will not lie, nor repent, for he is not a man that he should repent. Then he said, I have sinned yet. Honor me now, I pray thee, before the elders of my people, and before Israel, and turn again with me, that I may worship Yahweh thy Elohim. So Samuel turned again after Saul, and Saul worshipped Yahweh. Then says Samuel, bring ye hither to me Agag, the king of the Amalekites. And Agag came and to him delicately. And Agag said, surely the bitterness of death is past. And Samuel said, as thy sword hath made women childless, so shall thy mother be childless among women. And Samuel heaved Agag in pieces like Saul and the people were supposed to do. But it says, the rightful servant Samuel heaved Agag in pieces before Yahweh in Gilgal. Then Samuel went to Ramah, and Saul went up to his house in Geber of Saul. And Samuel came no more to see Saul until the day of his death. Nevertheless, Samuel mourned for Saul. And the reason why he mourned for Saul is because Saul, no matter if he obeyed or not, Saul was the anointed of Yahweh. And that's the reason why Samuel mourned. Even David mourned when Saul died, because and Saul was trying to kill David. But when Saul died, David still mourned for Saul because he was one of the anointed of Yahweh. And we respected the anointed of Yahweh. But we did not follow suit. We did not follow the multitude, nor did the Almighty ever want you to put the acts of a king before the acts of his word. And Yahweh repented that he had made Saul king over Israel. So I use this testimony to allow us to know that there are instructions, and the only way you are righteous if you are keeping every word of the instructions. And the book of Torah means instructions. And today, many of us are not righteous in the eyes of our Creator, nor in the eyes of our brothers, because they refuse to hearken to instructions. But they keep telling us they under the law. They keep telling us that they under the covenant. They keep telling us or asking us, what else should we do? Should we not try to do that which is right in a polluted land? What you need to ask yourself, should you try to do something that Yahweh has never commanded? Because that will be the only way that you can justify yourself in the instructions that you are given. For the Almighty told us in Isaiah, the 45th chapter, the 21st verse, Israel will be justified in Yahweh. So all of your justification must come through Yahweh. And you will only be justified if you have acknowledged and quoted all that he has said and done. That will be the only way you will be justified. Well, it also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Exodus, the 12th chapter. For in Exodus, the 12th chapter, it denotes Israel being brought out of bondage. And it denotes Israel being instructed. And we're going to read the instructions that was given Israel in this chapter. And we will find that in this chapter, there is a feast day mentioned. And the Almighty is telling us exactly where, when, and how this feast is to be done. And if any man did it any other way than what is written, he will be a foolish man, as it is written in Ecclesiastes 5:1, and he will be just like Saul and the rest of the people that followed Saul, that gave a sacrifice instead of obedience. So they were never on Yahweh's side once they forsook Yahweh. Thus it tells us in Exodus, the 12th chapter, if we all turn there, please. And I would like to start reading at the 37th verse. And as I read the 37th verse, I would like to ask a question. Was any of the Africans saved during the time that the Israelites were saved? And the reason why I ask that question is because of what I hear on a daily basis, how we speak against our own mother's son, as it is written in Psalms 50, just because they think something different than you, or they can't prove something that they want to tell you, so you speak against them. You call them Africans. You call them all these things. Now, if they don't open up their mouth and all of us got together, we wouldn't know who was who. And why wouldn't you? Because you are of your mother's son. Y'all all look alike. The enemy is against all of you, but you fighting against your brother. You slandering your own mother's son. Well, in this 37th verse, it reads, and as I read it, think about what I just stated, and I hope somebody have a comment or a question on this, because it is really ridiculous, and it shows us where the enemy have our minds, because the enemy got us fighting ourselves. The enemy got us fighting against our own blackness, against our own melanin, against our own creator. The 37th verse says, and the children of Israel journeyed from Ramses to Shechem, about 600,000 on foot that were men, besides children and women. The women and the children is not counted in that 600,000. And a mix, please take note, Israel, and a mixed multitude went up also with them. So I asked again, could it be possible that some of the African tribes that you disassociate yourself with was saved, or at least a recipient of Yahweh's salvation? And, or it says also with them, and flocks and herds, even very much cattle. And they baked unleavened cakes of the dough which they brought forth out of Egypt, for it was not leavened, because they were thrust out of Egypt. The first exodus was done in haste, not so with the second, and could not tarry, neither had they prepared for themselves any victuals. Now the sojourning of the children of Israel, who dwelt in Egypt, was 430 years. Do not forsake this instruction. And it came to pass at the end of the 430 years, even the self same day, it came to pass that all the hosts of Yahweh went out from the land of Egypt. And this should allow us to know that the count did not stop from the time they went in Egypt to the time of this self-same day. The time did not stop. And the Almighty is prophetically telling us how long it took. 430 years. It says, and it came to pass at the end of the 430 years, even the selfsame day, it came to pass that all the hosts of Yahweh went out from the land of Egypt. And if we hold this page and take a look at the 17th verse, for Yahweh mean what he say, it tells us in the 17th verse of the 12th chapter of Exodus, and it reads, and ye shall observe the feast of unleavened bread, for in this selfsame day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore shall ye observe this day in your generations. And I asked last week what number was to be remembered. What number was to be observed? What number was you to testify to your children? And it tells us again in this 17th verse, the last sentence, it tells us, in this selfsame day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore shall you observe this day in your generations by an ordinance forever. So this 430th night supposed to be observed forever. Thus it tells us again, in the 42nd verse, it is a night to be much observed unto Yahweh for bringing them out, Israel, from the land of Egypt. This is that night of Yahweh to be observed, to be remembered, to testify to your children of all the children of Israel in their generations. But Yahweh didn't stop there. It says, and Yahweh said unto Moses and Aaron, this is the ordinance of the Passover. There shall no stranger eat thereof. Let's stop, because we're going with instructions, and we want to find out today who is all on Yahweh's side. So I have a question, and you can write down your answer, and I might bring that question up again, but my first question I have in giving this presentation is this. Who all are allowed to keep the Passover according to the ordinances thereof? And anybody? Today we have these camps, churches, classes, and they got strangers in there. They got people that don't look nothing like them. They got people that rarely tell them that they Puerto Ricans, Indians, Spanish, and every Latinos and everything under the sun. According to this instruction, could they keep the Passover? And while you ponder that, the last sentence says, there shall no stranger eat thereof. The 44th verse reads, but every man's servant that is brought for money, when thou hast circumcised him, then shall he eat thereof. The 45th verse reads, a foreigner and a hired servant shall not eat thereof. And there are many foreigners in these classes, and they will tell you they are a foreigner. And they are keeping the Passover in America and abroad. And they say they had a permission based on your holy scripture. Well, we're reading instructions, and somebody must be reproved today based on these instructions. The 46th verse reads, in one house shall it be eaten. Thou shalt not carry forth aught of the flesh abroad out of the house, and that's done every year, even though they are in the wrong place. Neither shall ye break the bone thereof. All the congregation of Israel shall keep it in one place. And when a stranger shall sojourn with thee, and your brother just said, according to the 47th verse, in one place. And it's always been one place. And it's always been one people. So as we read the 48th verse, it tells us when, time and place, Israel, a stranger shall sojourn with you. If your land was to be the land of Canaan forever, the stranger could only sojourn with you in the land of Canaan. We just read where the Israelites sojourned in Egypt for 430 years. So we know what sojourning means. We were not in our own land, but we was among them. So it's telling us, when we read the 48th verse, the stranger shall sojourn with you and will keep the Passover to Yahweh. But this is the ordinance. This is the instruction. Let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near. He can't do it in Puerto Rico. He can't do it in Spain. He can't do it in Germany. It says, let him come near you and keep it. And he shall be, please take note, as one that is born in the land, not one born in the world. It was only one place that Israel was commanded to keep all that Yahweh said. And if you have a stranger that is bought with your money, that stranger had to keep all that Yahweh said in that one place. And that was your dwellings, Israel, your inheritance, the land that you possessed forever. Thus it tells us, we that have ears and can hear, one, so let me go up. I'm still in the 48th verse. I want to read that last part, and it says, and he shall be as one that is born in the land, not in the world. Well, today we teaching he shall be one that is born in the world, because you're doing it all over the place. But if you was under the instructions of your Creator dealing with the covenant of the law, you could only do it in one place, and the stranger could only do it in one place. And that place was the place that was promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. For no uncircumcised person shall eat thereof. One law shall be to him that is homeborn. What do that mean? Do that mean somebody born in Chicago, New York, Cincinnati? No. He that is homeborn means one that is born in the home that Yahweh has given you forever. That is homeborn. Thus it reads again in the 49th verse, one law shall be to him that is homeborn, and into the stranger that sojourned among you. Meaning the stranger had to be in your homeland to be governed by your law. You can't govern a man by your law, and he in Germany, just like we're not being governed by the laws of Yahweh while we being scattered abroad on the four corners of this earth. It tells us, and these are words to free people. These are words to people just came out of bondage. These are words to the children of Israel, and Yahweh is among them. It says in the 50th verse, thus, according to the instructions, thus did all the children of Israel as Yahweh commanded Moses and Aaron, so did they. They was in agreement. So they was actually showing that they were on Yahweh's side through obedience. And it came to pass the self-same day, just like you just read in the 17th verse, just like you just read in the 40th to the 42nd verse, now you read it in the 51st verse. And it came to pass the self-same day that Yahweh did bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their armies. And this instruction you are never supposed to forget, for it is a night to be much observed of all the children of Israel in their generations. So here again, we read through the law and testimony what Yahweh told the children of Israel when they came out of Egypt, and they showed that they were on Yahweh's side by obeying and acknowledging every word. It also tells us, if we take a quick look in the 19th chapter of Exodus, the 19th chapter of Exodus, for we are getting to the point of the lesson. We are already been on the point, because the point of the lesson is definitely obedience, but we also want to establish who is on Yahweh's side and why are they on Yahweh's side. And it tells us, if we take a look at Exodus, the 19th chapter, I would like to start reading the first verse to the 11th verse. And it tells us in the very first verse, in the third month, when the children of Israel were gone forth out of the land of Egypt, the same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai. And they were departed for Rephidim, and were come to the desert of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness, and there Israel camped before the mount. And Moses went up into Elohim, and Yahweh called unto him out of the mountain, saying, thus shall thou say to the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel, ye have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and how I bare you on eagle wings, and brought you into myself. Now therefore, if ye will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, and the covenant is based on his voice. The covenant is only broken because you broke his voice, because you threw his words behind thee. So the covenant consists of his voice, not just 10 laws, but all that he has said. It says, now therefore, if ye will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then, and only then, shall ye be a particular treasure. Today you are not a particular treasure. Today the Almighty is not going to save you based on your doings, but he's going to save you based on his holy name's sake. Not because you're a particular treasure. Today you are scattered. The memory of Israel has ceased. And we know that to be true just on how we call ourselves. You don't even know who you is because the remembrance of Israel has ceased. Thus it tells us again, now therefore if ye will obey my voice indeed and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a particular treasure. It don't say if you find yourself in captivity with a broken covenant that you are my particular treasure. It don't say that. And to me, above all people, for all the earth is mine. And we know Yahweh don't have us above all the people today. Even though you keep thinking that you are that particular treasure. But you have many people, many strangers, many aliens over you, above you. It says, the 6th verse, and ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests. And this is something that Yahweh always had in his heart toward his children. And what is a priest? Well, a priest is one that minister into their Elohim. And the Almighty wanted us to be a kingdom that ministered into him. But even though this thought and these true words was said in this 19th chapter, a special priesthood or a special class of priests were already selected, and they were selected for the more sacred functions, and no other people could perform those functions. So even though Yahweh said that we would be a kingdom of priests, and that day have not happened upon this earth, he had already had a special class of priests, and they came from the house of Aaron, the same man that Yahweh used with his brother to bring us out of bondage. The same man that Yahweh used with his brother Moses to go tell Pharaoh to let us go. It tells us again in the 6th verse, and ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and an holy nation. If we kept or obeyed the voice of Yahweh and kept his covenant, the scripture says we would have been a kingdom of priests and holy nation. Well, we know that that covenant is broken. We know that our fathers did not obey his voice. Thus, we are not a kingdom of priests, nor are we a holy nation this day. These are the words which thou shalt speak into the children of Israel. So when we tell our brothers and sisters that we are not set apart, when we tell our brothers and sisters that we are not sanctified, when we tell our brothers and sisters that we are not holy, when we tell our brothers and sisters we are not priests, it is only because Yahweh commanded us to do so. These are the words which thou shalt speak into the children of Israel. And Moses came and called for the elders of the people and laid before their face some of these words, the words that sound suitable or acceptable to them, no. But instead it says, all these words which Yahweh commanded him. And all, not some of the people in that day, but in that day, all the people answered together. So they knew if they had broken the covenant, they wouldn't be that holy people. They knew if they had broken the covenant, they wouldn't be a kingdom of priests. They knew if they had broken the covenant that other people would be above them and that they wouldn't be the priests of the earth. It says, and Moses came and called all the elders of the people and laid before their faces all these words which Yahweh commanded him. And all the people answered together and said, all, not some, not do the best you can, not practice, but all that Yahweh spoken we will do. So every time we ask our brothers and sisters about the Sabbath being done or feasts being done, all we asking is for the truth. We want you to show us where Yahweh changed from what we are reading today and told us, well, just do it the best you can. Just practice. It don't tell us that because Yahweh is not allowing that. And if you really read your Bible diligently, you will note that your practice, if there was any practice being done, it was once you were freed in the wilderness. And many of us died for practicing wrong. They say practice make perfect. And that ain't always true. But one thing is true about practice. Perfect practice make perfect. So if our fathers was in the wilderness practicing the law perfectly, they all would have made it in the promised land. But we know that some of the people did not have perfect practice, thus they died in the wilderness, and they did not make it in the land. So nowhere did the Almighty say, on your own, practice my law, that you might get in the land. That is foolishness. Because the Almighty said, I gave you my law in the wilderness for 40 years to prove you, to see if you would do them or not. And where was you to do them? In the land of promise. Deuteronomy, the 8th chapter, the first 3 verses tell you the exact same thing that I just quoted. It tells us, again in the 8th verse, and all the people answered together and said, all that Yahweh has spoken as we should be answering together today, we will do. And Moses returned the words of the people unto Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto Moses, lo, I come unto thee in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with thee, and believe thee forever. Because Yahweh is not going to change. And Moses told the words of the people unto Yahweh, as he told them in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, which we're going to entertain right quick. But let me finish reading these 2 verses. It says, and Yahweh said unto Moses, go into the people and sanctify them today and tomorrow. Look how they being sanctified, and look who they are among when they are being sanctified. And let them wash their clothes and be ready against the 3rd day. For the 3rd day Yahweh will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. Well, it did. Let us turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter. For it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, these same truths. And Deuteronomy represent the 40th year of our fathers' wanderings in the land of the wilderness. In the 5th chapter, it tells us in the 25th verse, let's start right there. Deuteronomy 5:25 tells us this. I'll read to the 33rd verse, and it reads, now therefore, why should we die? For being disobedient. For this great fire will consume us if we hear the voice of Yahweh our Elohim anymore. Then we shall die. And the voice represents the instructions. So the people is agreeing that we heard enough. We heard all that he said, and we have avouched to do all that he has said. We ain't going to add, nor is we going to take away. We ain't going to lean on our own understanding, nor are we going to give sacrifices over obedience. Thus it reads, for who is there of all flesh that have heard the voice of the living Elohim speaking out of the midst of the fire, as our fathers did, or it reads, as we have and lived? Go thy near and hear all that Yahweh our Elohim shall say, and speak thy unto us, as we are doing this day. All that Yahweh our Elohim shall speak unto thee, and we will hear it and do it, according to time and place, where he say do it, and all of that. Don't ask me, well, he didn't say that. Well, where it say don't do it. You ain't got to worry about where it say don't do it when you read and agree when he say where to do it. That should be more than enough. Don't ask me that rebellious question. Where did he say don't do it? I hear that all the time. It don't represent nothing but rebellious and stubbornness. Why would you need somebody to show you where he said don't do it when he shows you where to do it? That is rebellion, and it is stubbornness, and it is no more than witchcraft and sin. Thus it reads, go thy near and hear all that Yahweh our Elohim shall say, and speak thy unto us all that Yahweh our Elohim shall speak unto thee, and we promise, we swear, we will hear it and do it. A bunch of liars today. And our fathers was liars too. That's how we got kicked out the land. It says, and Yahweh heard your lie. It says again, Yahweh heard the voice of your words when you speak unto me. And Yahweh said unto me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken unto thee. They have well said all that they have spoken. So the Almighty give you credit for speaking wisely. He's saying he have heard, and it was well said, so he's giving you credit for responding right. For it is only right to agree and to hear and to do all that your Creator has said. So that's right. It come wrong when you disobey, when you add or take away. Thus it reads, and Yahweh heard, the 28th verse, and Yahweh heard the voice of your words when you speak unto me, and Yahweh said unto me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken unto thee. They have well said all that they have spoken, and all they said was, we're going to obey. Oh, that there was such an heart in them to truly obey, that they would fear me. Please take note. We teach fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It takes a heart to fear Yahweh, and all of us don't have that heart. It says, and keep all my commandments always in the land that you possess. That is the commandment. So if but we teaching where it says we supposed to keep his commandments always. Well, keep them. Like it says, where it says. That it might be well with them and with their children forever. So even though these times have passed, we still supposed to show our children what Yahweh said to our fathers and hope that they take the right path. Hope that they don't be like their fathers. And you can find those same truths in Deuteronomy, the 8th chapter, the 11th verse, the 29th, or the 30th verse says this: Go, say unto them, get you into your tents again. So the day ain't over. The instructions that Yahweh given Moses is not over. It continued and said, Go, say to them, get you into your tents again. But as for thee, Moses, stand thy here by me, and I will speak unto thee all the commandments. That's what the people asked. The people asked Moses, go on back up there in that cloudy pillar and hear what Yahweh said and come back and tell us. And we promise to do all that Yahweh said. Well, he getting the instructions, and he coming back to tell our fathers all that Yahweh said. And nowhere in this all did Yahweh say, keep my covenant, a broken covenant, in your enemy's land. Just execute the best you can. Don't worry about the judgments. I'll take care of that later on in retrospect, even though I never told your daddies that. But that's what I need you to tell the people today. You will never find that mess. Instead, you will find that Moses went back up in the mount, heard what Yahweh said, and Yahweh told him this: But as for thee, stand thy here by me, and I will speak unto thee all the commandments. You want to know what all the commandments is? It says, and the statutes. And what? So your multitude of words have made you foolish, because you have taken away judgments. When Yahweh told Moses about the judgments, and Moses had to go and tell the people about the judgments, and the people agreed to do all the judgments. Well, not today. And the only reason you can't do them today because you ain't under the covenant of the law. I challenge you every day with that. The only reason you cannot execute the judgments today is because you're not under the covenant of the law. And we got foolish, holy than our brothers that say they actually keeping the judgments. They saying they taking you to Deuteronomy where they're talking about swatting somebody or paddling somebody 40 strokes. You go ahead and you might can find a few foolish brothers that's going to let you whoop on them. But most of these men and women in here is not going to let you put your hand on them. But it's the judgment. And if they wanted to go beyond your teachings, all they do call police on you. They're not going to allow you to beat on them. Even though they tell you they one of your members and you acting like you some priest or someone or some judge or some king where you're going to execute a punishment on a infraction that one of your brothers or sisters has committed. But you are committing infractions and nobody are ever able to render any judgment towards you. That is not the ways of our Creator, nor do many of us try to execute judgments in this man's land because they know they can't, and they mess around and get killed by one of their brothers or sisters, or they wind up being in the penitentiary for the rest of their life because they try to execute a judgment that was only supposed to be executed in your own land, under your own government and monarchy. It tells us in the 31st verse But as for thee, stand thou here by me, and I will speak unto thee all the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which thou shalt teach them, that they may do them. Where? Wherever you at? In New York, Cincinnati, Atlanta. No, it says that they may do them. It's telling us where we doing these laws. And you calling me wicked because I'm quoting these words, but the word tell you where to do the law. It says that they may do them in the land, not in the world, not wherever they find themselves, but in a particular land, in a particular geographical location, to govern themselves forever. It says, which I gave them to possess it. The only way you will get around this is by giving a sacrifice instead of obedience. It tells us, ye shall observe, just like you supposed to observe the 340th year that night. Ye shall observe to do therefore as Yahweh your Elohim hath commanded you. Ye shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. And every time we bring up in the land that you possess, you turn to the left hand and you turn to the right, because you refuse to acknowledge the promised land. Ye shall walk in all, not some, not the best you can. There's nothing that Yahweh told us that we can't walk in all of it. It says, ye shall walk in all the ways which Yahweh your Elohim command you, that ye may live, and that it may be well with you, and that ye may prolong your days. Where in the world? In the land which ye shall possess. And just like we read in Exodus, the 12th chapter, dealing with the foreigner and the stranger, if they wanted some of this goodness, they had ordinances that they had to obey, and they had to be in that particular place. And that particular place was none other than the promised land. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 33rd chapter, because we just read in Exodus, the 19th chapter, where the Almighty had in his heart to make Israel a kingdom of priests. Israel just refused to adhere all that Yahweh said. Thus, we had never became a kingdom of priests. But these things is of old, for our Creator told our fathers the end to the beginning. Thus, it tells us in the book of the law, and we can also find these same truths in the book of Genesis, where Jacob blessed his 12 sons. It tells us in the book of Deuteronomy, the 33rd chapter. I like to read the first 11 verses, for these are still words of instructions dealing with the Torah, what was given to our fathers when they came out of bondage, not before. And it tells us in the very first verse of Deuteronomy, the 33rd chapter, and it reads, and this is the blessing, and you can only be a recipient of the blessing once you are pardoned or saved out of bondage, and the Almighty give you the blessing. You can't take it from him. He got to give it to you. And according to the testimony, that's what he did. He gave the blessing to our fathers. We was found under curses. We were found under death. We was found in the iron furnace, and we was brought out of that and given blessings as long as we adhere to all that Yahweh said. Thus it reads in the first verse, and this is the blessing wherewith Moses, the man of Elohim, blessed the children of Israel before his death. And Moses was was standing right next, Aaron standing right next to his brother. And please take note of what Aaron and his brother is capable of doing. And it is putting the blessing upon the children of Israel. And we got many people today talking about they priests, they Levites, but you can't never do any of the duties that Yahweh instructed the Levites and the priests to do, and the kings. None of those duties, even though you call yourself those titles, you can never execute any of those duties. And one of the duties that is great above all those duties is blessing his children. He gives the power to these people to bless his children. Thus it tells us again in the first verse, and this is the blessing wherewith Moses, the man of Elohim, blessed the children of Israel before his death. And he said, Yahweh came from Sinai and rose up from Seir, and to them he shined forth from Mount Paran, and he came with 10,000s of saints. From his right hand went a fiery law for them. Please take note. Once y'all were saved, then this fiery law coming from the right hand of Yahweh to them. Yea, he loved the people, all his saints are in thy hand, and they sat down at thy feet, being instructed. Everyone shall receive thy words, as I stated, being instructed. Moses commanded us a law, even the inheritance. Please take note, Israel, because you want to keep talking about the law, but you always find yourself without the land. You talk about the Sabbath, you don't have the land. You talk about the feast days, you don't have the land. You talk about executing the laws, particular laws that consist of judgment, and all the laws consist of judgments, but you don't have the land. Well, the Almighty said that ain't the way it goes. For it tells us again in the 4th verse, Moses commanded us a law. Even, he didn't just command you the law, it says even the inheritance of the congregation of Jacob. And you can find these truths again in Psalms 105, verse 10. Also Psalms 119, verse 111. It tells us in the 5th verse, he was king in Yasharon when the heads of the people and the tribes of Israel were gathered together. Let Reuben live, which is the firstborn of Jacob, and not die, and let not his men be few. That's the blessing that is put on Reuben by Moses. The 7th verse reads, and this is the blessing of Yehuda. And he said, hear, Yahweh, the voice of Yehuda, and bring him into his people. Let his hand be significant for him, and be thy in help to him from his enemies. The 8th verse reads, and of Levi, he said, and these are the blessings that are put on these people. Each name represents a tribe, and there are 12 tribes. Well, the 3rd name mentioned is Levi. He said, let Turim and the Urim be with thy Holy One. Not 2, not 3, but it's only one house that the Urim and the Turim will be with, whom thou did prove at Mishah, and with whom thou did strive at the waters of Meribah, who said unto his father and to his mother, I have not seen him, neither did he acknowledge his brethren, nor knew his own children, for they have observed thy word and kept thy covenant. They shall teach, please take a note of another characteristic and attribute that is laid upon these people. Not only do they bless, but they shall teach Jacob thy judgments and Israel thy law. And please take note how you always see the judgment in the same sentence with the law. For there is a judgment for every law. We got brothers and sisters saying, well, what about the Ten Commandments? Why can't we just keep the Ten Commandments? Well, we showed through one of the presentations that every one of those commands have a judgment. And every one of them, and most people say, well, the reason why we can't do judgments today because they death penalty and we ain't allowed to kill nobody. Well, you can't keep the Ten Commandments because every one of those commands got a death penalty on it. Every one of them. Please read and study these things. I'm not even talking about the rest of the law. I'm talking about the Ten Commandments. Every one of them have a death penalty connected as the judgment. Now, how are you going to teach that? Do it the best you can, and that will be adding. You will never find those words coming out of the mouth of Moses to the children of Israel. It tells us in the last verse that I will read, well, let me finish this 10th and this 11th verse. It says in the 10th verse one more time, they shall teach Jacob thy judgments and Israel thy law. They shall put incense before thee and hold burnt sacrifices upon thy altar. Bless Yahweh his substance, accept the work of his hands. Smite through the lions of them that rise against him, and of them that hate him, that they rise not again. So those was the blessings that was put on this particular house, and the particular house that we just spoke about was none other than the house of Levi. It also tells us, in establishing these truths, if we turn our scriptures to the 24th chapter of Exodus. The 24th chapter of Exodus, because these truths was agreed upon based on what Yahweh told Moses to tell the people, and all the people confirmed those words and agreed to do all that Yahweh said. And the Almighty came back and said, only if these people had a heart to fear me, for it truly take a heart to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. Thus it tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Exodus the 24th chapter, and it reads in the very first verse, I'll read the first to the 8th verse. And he said unto Moses, come up unto Yahweh, thy and Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, and Nadab and Abihu is two of Aaron's sons, and 70 of the elders of Israel, and worship ye afar off. And Moses alone shall come near Yahweh, but they shall not come nigh, neither shall the people go up with him. So I wonder today, could somebody else go up with Moses? and they be in obedience? Absolutely not. Especially what we just read in the book of Samuel dealing with King Saul. Absolutely not. The instruction is Yahweh telling Moses to come along. It says in the 3rd verse, and Moses came and told the people all the words of Yahweh. And all the judges, please take note, and all the people answered with one voice, even concerning the judgments, and said, all the words, not some, but all the words, including the judgment which Yahweh has said we will do. And Moses wrote all the words of the law, and rose up early in the morning and built an altar under the hill, and 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel. And he sent young men of the children of Israel, which offered burnt offerings and sacrificed peace offerings of oxen unto Yahweh. And Moses took half of the blood and put it in a basin, and half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar. And he took the book of the covenant Israel and read in the audience of the people. And they said, all that Yahweh has said will we do, and be obedient. So as the law says in Deuteronomy, the 27th chapter, the 26th verse, cursed be he that confirm not all the words of the law and do them. And that is what we agreed not to do. We agreed to do all that Yahweh has said. That way we don't be cursed. But the scripture tells us, cursed be he that confirm not all the words of the law and do them. Thus you read again, it tells us, where it told us in the 7th verse, and he took the book of the covenant and read in the audience of the people, and they said, as we should say this day, all that Yahweh said we do. So we're going to do what Yahweh said, even though it's a lot said that you can't do today. So you won't do it if you in agreement. All that Yahweh has said will we do, and be obedient. And Moses took the blood and sprinkled it on the people and said, behold, the blood of the covenant which Yahweh hath made with you concerning all these words. Then went up Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel. And they saw the Elohim of Israel. And there was under his feet, as it were a paved work of sapphire stone, and as it were the body of heaven in his clearness. And upon the nobles of the children of Israel he laid not his hand. Also they saw Elohim and did eat and drink. So here it also denotes that the same things that was told to us in Exodus 19, Exodus 20, is told to us in Exodus 24, is told to us in Deuteronomy 5, is told to us throughout the Torah. For Yahweh changed not. There was nothing that was told Israel too hard for them to do. Everything was easy to do. All we had to do is have the heart to fear him and obey. Instead, we rejected some of the easiest instructions in the world, and we was cast out of the promised land. We ain't cast out because we was trying our best to do something that was almost impossible to do. Instead, we forsook simpleness. We forsook life. We forsook good, which was easy to obtain. All we had to do was hear and obey. We forsook that. So now we find ourselves being recipients of death. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Exodus, the 32nd chapter. Because we got the instructions. There are 12 tribes. We see in Genesis where the children of Israel was blessed. We seen in Deuteronomy, the 33rd chapter, where the children of Israel was blessed. Well, we're getting ready to find out how great it is to obey and how you can truly be blessed in being obedient. It tells us in Exodus, the 32nd chapter. I advise you to read the whole chapter due to time restraint and all the information that I'm trying to get out. I'm not going to read this whole chapter. I will start at the 25th verse. But I advise you to read this whole chapter because it's a very great chapter, and it lets us know Yahweh mean what he say. And it's a chapter that's dealing with idolatry. It's a chapter dealing with judgment. It's a chapter dealing with punishment. And it's a chapter dealing with rewards for those that were obedient and for those that were on Yahweh's side. So it's truly a great chapter to read. It also allows you to know what many of us did with the great reward that we received when we came out of Egypt. We used a lot of that great reward and made this idol that you would read about in this 32nd chapter. So I advise the listening audience to read it, but I can't at the moment. Thus, I would like to start at the 25th verse. And it reads, and when Moses saw that the people were naked, and this nakedness represents sin, for Aaron had made them naked into their shame among their enemies. Then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, who is on Yahweh's side? As we asked today, dealing with the title of this lesson, who is on Yahweh's side? Let him come into me. And I'm saying the same thing today. Who is on Yahweh's side? That's willing to acknowledge and confirm every word. Let him come near to us, that we are all one, saying the same thing. I tell our brothers and sisters all the time, let's witness the truth together, Israel, because if you do, then you will be on Yahweh's side. There is no two opinions. It tells us again in this 26th verse, then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, who is on Yahweh's side? Let him come into me. And all the sons, please take note, all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together into him. So at this time, all the sons of Levi were on Yahweh's side. Out of the 12 houses, out of the 12 tribes, one house, one tribe stood firm, bold as a lion, and avouched to be on Yahweh's side. And it reads, And he said unto them, Thus said Yahweh Elohim of Israel, put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay. Judgment, Israel. Exodus, the 20th chapter, the very first verse, condemns any Israelite for making a graven image, an idol, committing idolatry. And your brother teach that there is a judgment for all 10 commandments. Well, we're getting ready to see that there is. And if you are truly under the covenant of the law, you must, for Yahweh's name's sake, execute the judgment. Thus it reads. I will start at the end, the last sentence of the 27th verse, and where it says, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses. A lot of people might think that that's bad because they actually killed their brother. But there is no bad in righteousness. The words of Yahweh is true and right, as we read in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter. And we agreed to do all. Well, at this time, for all to be done, Moses came to the people that agreed to do all and said, who on Yahweh's side? Well, eventually, everybody was not willing to do all, nor was everybody on Yahweh's side. So somebody had to stand up. And I'm going to show this always been in their blood. And they did stand up. It was the children of Levi. And they was told to put on their sword and go throughout the gates and slay every man his brother and every man his companion and every man his neighbor. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses, and there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men. And that is a lot of the children of Israel. But they had to be executed based on the judgment of the first command. The 29th verse, for Moses has said, consecrate yourselves today to Yahweh, even every man upon his son and upon his brother, that he may bestow upon you a blessing this day. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moses said unto the people, ye have sinned a great sin, and now I will go up unto Yahweh. Peradventure, I shall make an atonement for your sins. And we see that this house was putting the blessings on the people. We see this house was executing judgment on the people. And we also see this house make an atonement for the people. And this is the only house that was allowed to do these things. It says, and Moses returned unto Yahweh and said, oh, this people have lied. It don't say that, but they did. Oh, this people have sinned a great sin and have made them gods of gold. Yet now, if thou wilt forgive their sins, And if not, blot me, I pray thee, out of the book which thou hast written. And Yahweh said it to Moses, whosoever have sinned against me, him will I blot out of my book. Therefore now go, lead the people into the place of which I have spoken unto thee. Behold, my angel shall go before thee. And please take note, Israel, because Moses stopped the punishment. Only 3,000 died. It was more than 3,000 that committed the sin. Thus it says, nevertheless, in the day when I visit, I will visit their sin upon them. And he did. And Yahweh plagued the people because they made the calf which Aaron made. So it lets us know that this is a great testimony in the law, and it shows us how the Levites won the privilege of serving Yahweh in the tabernacle. And it allows us to know that for their loyalty to Elohim, they became his special ministers. And as I stated earlier, the priests was a special class within the tribe of Levi who ministered. And I ask this question, or I make this comment all the time. Every priest is a Levite, but every Levite is not a priest. And I bring that forth to allow us to know that there was a special class of the Levites. And that special class was called the house of Aaron. And they were the priests of Israel. And the rest of the Levites that were not of the house of Aaron, they were ministers unto the priests. So they had different functions that they did to help the priests minister into Yahweh, and the priests had special functions that no other could perform but them. But I wanted us to see how the Levites actually won their privilege to minister into the priests and to do the things that they were only allowed to do toward the temple, the tabernacle, and the things of worship. It also tells us that if we turn our scriptures to Leviticus, the 16th chapter, because many people teach, well, what your brother is reading is true. And they teach that they are one of those people, which is none other than a lie, because they have no record of genealogy, nor can they do any of the functions that we find the priests doing. One in particular is bless the people. 2 is judge the people. 3 is execute the judgment upon the people. None of our brothers can do these things today, but they rarely will tell us that they are priests, they are Kohens, they are Levites, they are chiefs, and some are even foolish enough to call themselves kings. It tells us in the book of Leviticus, the 16th chapter, that all priests must be from their father's stead. And to have a record of your father and their father will only denote that you have a record of genealogy. For it tells us in Leviticus, the 16th chapter, and we just read where Moses made an atonement for the children of Israel because of their sins. And we have the Day of Atonement approaching us, or the season of atonement approaching us. And I still see many of our foolish brothers and sisters talking about them keeping the Day of Atonement without a priest, without an altar, without the temple, and without the land. And please mind you, without the covenant of the law. But they will rarely teach that they can keep the Day of Atonement wherever they are at. Well, I would like to read a little bit from Leviticus, the 16th chapter. I'm not going to read a lot because we're going to use these chapters for the week of the Day of Atonement. So I'm not going to read a lot. I will start at the 29th verse. The 29th verse gives us ordinances for the Day of Atonement, or statutes for the Day of Atonement, or regulations for the Day of Atonement. It is a yearly procedure that must be done, and they must be done by none other than the priests of Levi. For it tells us in Leviticus, the 16th chapter, the 29th verse, and it reads, And this shall be a statute forever, and to you, and it's forever, so it don't change. And the Almighty already told us, cursed be he that confirm not all the words of the law and do them. This is the words of this law. It says, and this shall be a statute forever unto you, that in the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, so it can't be done the 6th month, it can't be done the 12th day of the month, that will represent disobedience. And if you say, well, we're going to do it anyway, and I know the Almighty is pleased with us, that is sacrifice over disobedience. And we just read what happens to one that prefer to give a sacrifice than to hear and give obedience. It tells us in this 29th verse, and this shall be a statute forever unto you, that in the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, ye shall afflict your souls, and do no work at all. And please take note of who Yahweh is talking to. Our brothers have taught these lessons so much and skip over so many words and don't expound on the right words till we don't know where we at. But today we're going to know exactly who Yahweh is talking to. Thus it tells us, whether it be one of your own country or a stranger that sojourn among you. And where was you supposed to be at? See, at this time, you ain't kicked out the land. At this time, you ain't scattered on the four corners of the earth. At this time, the covenant of the law is not broken. So when we read these true words, it denotes exactly who's supposed to be doing it and where. You can't apply it to us being in captivity because they ain't in captivity. They are freed. They are walking among their Creator. By a pillar of fire at night and a cloudy pillar by day, Yahweh's presence was among them. There is no exceptions written here. Thus it read again in that latter sentence, whether it be one of your own country or a stranger that sojourn among you. What does it mean, whether it be one of your own country? Could it possibly mean the same thing we just read in Exodus 12? And it does. That's why I took you there first. For Exodus 12 tells us again, in case you forgot, in the 48th verse, and when a stranger shall sojourn with thee, and will keep the Passover to Yahweh, let his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and keep it. And he shall be as one that is born in the land. The 49th verse of Exodus 13 or 12 reads, one law shall be to him that is homeborn. Yahweh ain't changed. Yahweh ain't made a law for the land and a law for outside the land. It's one law, and the law is for the land. The land you supposed to be in, governing yourselves with these laws. Thus it said, one law shall be to him that is homeborn, and to the stranger that sojourn among you. So let's turn back to Leviticus the 16th chapter, and take another good look at the 29th verse. That last sentence tells us in Leviticus, the 16th chapter, the 29th verse, whether it be one of your own country, one homeborn, or a stranger that sojourn among you, they are the only ones that is commanded to keep the statute of this Day of Atonement. No one else, and no place else. If you find someone else, and if you find someplace else, you have either added or taken away from the pure words of your Creator. For Yahweh changed not. Thus it tells us in the 30th verse, for on that day shall the priest. Does it say one that think he a priest? Does it say one of the other tribes of Israel? No, it does not. But instead, it emphatically tells us in the 30th verse, for on that day shall the priest make an atonement for you, as you seen your brother did in Exodus the 32nd chapter. And that brother was none other than Moses. For on that day shall the priest make an atonement for you to cleanse you. They got the power to cleanse you on this day, just like they got the power to bless you on this day. It says, cleanse you that ye may be clean in your land, Israel, from all your sins before Yahweh. And a lot of people don't understand this great day. This is the most holiest day of all the festivals of Yahweh. And it possesses the high Sabbath. And it also denotes a new future for the Israelites, because at this time they confess their sins and they looking to be pardoned and forgiven when the priest is in the tabernacle doing all the ordinances of the Day of Atonement. And then it tells us that this priest will cleanse us from all your sins before Yahweh. It shall be a Sabbath like the rest of the 7 feasts. Every feast is connected to a Sabbath. Is connected to a Sabbath. Thus it tells us, it shall be a Sabbath of rest unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls by a statute forever. And the priest, not your brother, but your brother the priest, whom he shall anoint, and whom he shall consecrate to minister in the priest's office in his father's stead, shall make the atonement, and shall put on the linen clothes, even the holy garments. And this is denoting a particular family and a particular people. And this particular people is denoted by a genealogy. And one might say, well, where is that at? When it told you in the first part of the 32nd verse, it says, the priest, whom he shall anoint, and whom he shall consecrate to minister in the priest's office, in his father's stead. And what that means is, as I was reading about Moses, Aaron, and Abihu, they were the sons of Aaron. Well, when Aaron died, one of those sons sat in his father's stead. And who was his father? None other than Aaron. So when you read this 32nd verse, please take note that the Almighty is challenging the rest of the house of Israel. The rest of the house of Israel could never do these things. And you say, why not? Because the man that did it had to do it in the priest's office according to his father's stead, meaning his father was already there ruling. And then a son come up, same way dealing with David and the kings. David ruled, David died, then a son sat on the throne and ruled. As we both know, according to 2 Samuel, the 7th chapter, dealing with the kings. And we're going to read again in Jeremiah, the 33rd chapter, where it talks about both families that Israel despised back in the day, and they are despising them today, because you are teaching that these things that you saw yourself doing, you can do without the priest. And you are even calling yourself a priest when your daddy was never in that stead. So that disqualify you. It tells us one more time in this 32nd verse, it allows us to know what the priest consists of, and it says, "And the priest whom he shall anoint." So first thing, he's anointed, and whom he shall consecrate to minister in the priest's office in his father's stead, instead of his father, in so many words, Israel. And you know damn well your father was not in that stead. So how all of a sudden you going to tell your brothers and sisters you're a priest? A priest of what? Rebellion? Stubbornness? It says, shall make the atonement and shall put on the linen clothes, not any clothes that you buy out of these stores, even the holy garments. And he shall make an atonement for the holy sanctuary, which is nowhere to be found. And he, today that is, and he shall make an atonement for the tabernacle, which is nowhere to be found, of the congregation, and for the altar, which is nowhere to be found. And he shall make an atonement for the priestess, which is nowhere to be found, and for all the people of the congregation. And without a record of genealogy, you don't know who you are. And this shall be an everlasting statute, a statute that will never change. And to you, to make an atonement for the children of Israel for all their sins once a year. These things are done every year in its proper procedure in the land, a priest officiating it among the tabernacle, among the altar, among the rest of the priests, and among the rest of the children of Israel. For it tells us again in the 34th verse, and this shall be an everlasting statute unto you, to make an atonement for the children of Israel for all their sins once a year. And he did as Yahweh commanded Moses. So here is a great law and testimony to allow us know that there is only one house that could do these things. There is only one house that has been commanded to do these things, and it lets us know that those people in that house had to do them according to his father's stead, meaning your daddy was doing it first. Now you step up after your daddy. It's not talking about your daddy's years ago. This is dealing with actual son, father, and son. So for you to be a priest today, you must have a record of genealogy to show that your father was a priest yesterday. Because you coming in his stead. And none of you have that. And even if you could forge up one, you still can't do nothing that he does. You can't do nothing that the priest does. Even if you forge up one, even if you accept a written document from the Edomites or the so-called Jews or the Ashkenazis or whoever you're dealing with, it still would not give you this power. It would not give you this privilege that Yahweh have given the sons of Levi. But it don't stop there. If we go back and take a look at Exodus, the 28th chapter, we are establishing who was on Yahweh's side and how did they become on Yahweh's side. And it lets us know it's only done by obedience. You can be on Yahweh's side this day. All you have to do is obey. It tells us in Exodus, the 28th chapter, if we go there, please, and read the very first verse. And it reads, and take thy unto thee Aaron, thy brother, and his sons with him from among the children of Israel. So out of all the children of Israel, Moses had to take his brother and his nephews from among all the children of Israel, that he may minister unto me. So it's letting us know exactly the duty of the priest. In the priest's office. So there was an office, and your daddy was in that office. When his time was up, then you came to that office. He didn't have to always die. If you read all these laws, it lets you know that the priests only had so many years that they can minister before Yahweh wanted a younger man in your house, one among your sons, to stand in his stead. So he didn't have to always die for another son to stand in your stead. So it tells us in that last sentence, in the priest's office, even Aaron, Anab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar, Aaron's sons. It says, and thou shalt make holy garments, as I stated in Leviticus, the 16th chapter, when it's talking about the linen. And I said, not no clothes you bow to these stores, but these are holy entire, that the Almighty proclaimed holy. Thus it says, and thou shalt make holy garments for Aaron, thy brother, for glory and for beauty. And thou shalt speak unto all that are wise-hearted. And all these wise-hearted people knew that you could not go to the clothing store and buy these holy garments. Thus it says, I left off at in the third verse, and thou shalt speak unto all that are wise-hearted, whom I have filled with the spirit of wisdom, that they may make Aaron garments to consecrate him, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. So again, Israel, these garments was not bought at your famous clothing stores. These garments was made by our own people, and these people that made the garments had a spirit on them to make sure these garments was made correctly, right, and holy, that they can minister into Yahweh in the priest's office. The fourth verse, and these are the garments which they shall make: a breastplate, and an ephod, and a robe, and a broadened coat, and mitre, and a girdle, And they shall make holy garments for Aaron thy brother and his sons, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. So it allows us to know that these are the garments that these people wore, and these garments was made exclusively for them to minister in the priest's office. It also tells us in the very next chapter, in the first verse, letting us know about the people that was on Yahweh's side, and letting us know about the people that teach that they on Yahweh's side today, but they ain't, because they refuse to acknowledge and confirm every word. And they don't fit any of these words that we find that Yahweh's picked, or fit any of these words that Yahweh has put on the house of Levi. It tells us in the 29th chapter, the first verse, and this is the thing that thou shalt do unto them, to hallow them, to minister unto me in the priest's office. You had to be hallowed. You had to be consecrated. Take one young bullock and 2 rams without blemish, and unleavened bread and cakes unleavened, tempered with oil, and wafers unleavened, anointed with oil of wheaten flour shall thou make them, and thou shalt put them into one basket, and bring them in the basket with the bullock and the 2 rams. And Aaron and his sons thou shalt bring into the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall wash them with water. This just continued to tell us all that they wore. You can continue to read this chapter. I advise you to continue to read it all. I'm just bringing out the points to establish that it is always Aaron and his sons that has been selected, and I will make a distinction between Aaron and the rest of the Levites. Thus, it tells us, if we take a quick look, see, don't want to get out of here yet. Take a quick look at the 30th chapter. The 30th chapter tells us also, and I'll just read the 30th chapter is talking about incense, the altar where they burnt incense. And if we know the story, according to Leviticus, the 10th chapter, 2 of Aaron's sons offered strange fire on the altar, and the Almighty made the fire come down and consume them. And they were Levites, and they were priests. But the fire that they presented was strange. It was not according to the letter of the law, so the Almighty took them out for disobedience. I was going to read the 30th chapter, but it's just talking about the altar and how the altar was carried and who carried it, which was none other but Aaron and his sons. But I'm not going to read the 30th chapter. I'd rather go straight to, we read Leviticus 16. I wanted to read a little more on dealing with the priests. Let us turn our scripture to Deuteronomy, the 10th chapter. Let's go there. Deuteronomy, the 10th chapter. Like I said, I'm just trying to give out as many points as I can dealing with this subject matter. That way we have no doubt after the day who is the priests, who is the Levites, and do we have the right or the sacrifice to do any of the things that Yahweh only commanded them to do. Because many of our brothers are teaching that I am in error, that you can be a priest today. You can do all that Yahweh said today. And we are showing without a shadow of a doubt that that is a lie. You can't even be this man that is called a priest. But you say we under all the law, and we are reading the law. then we'll separate the family. Well, that's just for the priests. Well, 1 minute, we all under the law, and we under the covenant of the law. That's for all of us. Then the next minute, well, that's just the priests, or that's just the king. We can't do that. And then you start saying, well, we can do this, that, and another. And that's when the Almighty say you are despising the two families. Because you teaching that you can do some things without them. And that's impossible. For Yahweh have selected them that you can do the things. And they are to assist you in those things. But we trying to do those things without the assistance who Yahweh set up. That's impossible. And it is foolishness. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 10th chapter, I'd like to start at the 6th verse, and it tells us in the 6th verse of the 10th chapter of Deuteronomy, and it reads, 10th chapter of Deuteronomy, I said the 10th chapter, let's start at the 6th verse, and it reads, and the children of Israel took their journey from Beeroth of the children of Yakin to Moshera. There Aaron died, and there he was buried. And it showed you what I expound on in Leviticus, the 16th chapter. I think it was the 32nd verse about who was to make the atonement for the children of Israel. And I taught that it had to be a priest or a son of the priest that sat in his stead. Well, here go the priest. And we find Aaron dying. It says, there Aaron died. And there he was buried. And Eleazar, his son, ministered in the priest's office. Where? In his stead. That's what it means. So if you truly is a priest today, not only do you have to show that you was a priest, but you got to show that your biological daddy was a priest also. Other than that, you would never fit this prescription. From this they journeyed into Golgoth, and from Golgoth or Goth to Japheth, a land of rivers of water. At that time, Yahweh separated, please take note, the tribe of Levi to bear the ark of the covenant of Yahweh. Not just to bear the ark, but to stand before Yahweh, to minister unto him, and not just to bear the ark and to stand before Yahweh, to minister unto Yahweh, but and to bless in his name and to this day. And I tell you again, you don't have a brother nowhere on this earth that can bless in the name of Yahweh, because you can't find the priest today. Those things is going to transpire when we under the blessings. We're under the curses. If we've been under curses all these years, why would the Almighty have men on earth to bless us? It don't make sense. That's why you can't find the man that bless you while you are under the curse. But once this curse is lifted, Levi will stand up, as I said last week, and he will do the blessings that Yahweh commanded him to do upon his children. So it tells us again in the 9th verse, wherefore Levi have no part. No, let's go back to the 8th verse. At that time, Yahweh separated the tribe of Levi to bear the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, to stand before Yahweh, to minister unto him, and to bless in his name unto this day. Wherefore Levi have no part nor inheritance with his brethren. The Yahweh is his inheritance because he selected him. He chose him according as Yahweh thy Elohim promised him. So I just wanted to read that to let us know what it means when it it tells us a priest's office in his father's stead. And I wanted to continue to show that Levi was separated. He was selected. He received that privilege when he was willing to be on Yahweh's side, as we just seen in Exodus, the 32nd chapter. It also tells us, if we take a look at Leviticus, the 9th chapter. Leviticus, the 9th chapter. It tells us in the 9th chapter of Leviticus, and that 10th chapter is this, where you can find the story of Ahab and Abihu, who sinned with the strange fire, and the Almighty burnt them to pieces. Well, right now I would like to go to Leviticus, the 9th chapter, and I would like to read the 22nd verse to the 24th verse, and it allows us to know one of the functions of the priestess, and it tells us in the 22nd verse, and Aaron lifted up his hand toward the people and blessed them by the law and by the testimony. Everything that we say Israel did or what Yahweh said or did, we can show the law and the testimony. Well, we're showing the testimony that Yahweh told Aaron that they have the power to bless Israel. Well, where did they do it at? Here go one place right here. And it says in the 22nd verse, and Aaron lifted up his hand toward the people and blessed them, and came down from offering of the sin offerings and the burnt offerings and peace offerings. And Moses and Aaron went into the tabernacle of the congregation and came out and blessed the people. And the glory of Yahweh appeared unto all the people after they blessed them. And there came a fire out from before Yahweh and consumed upon the altar the burnt offering and the fat, which when all the people saw, they shouted and fell on their faces. And this represents acts of grace by Yahweh who was with them. So if the Almighty ain't with you, you can't do none of these things. Today, Yahweh ain't with us. Thus, we don't know who the priestess is. But we are finding out through testimony what their jobs consist of and who they actually were. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Deuteronomy again, and I would like to go to the 21st verse. Deuteronomy, the 21st chapter, should have said. And it tells us in Deuteronomy 21, and as I keep telling you, grab a pencil and a piece of paper, open up your book, and jot down these most relevant scriptures, because a lot of these scriptures we are giving, and it's a lot. We're not allowed and able to respond on every word. So you might have to write these down, and over the week or the weekend, you study these things where you can see it as clear as your brother seeing it. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 21st chapter, and I would like to start reading at the 5th verse, if we all turn there, please. Because your brother have taught you that all priests are Levites, but all Levites are not priests. And the house of the priests function all the same. When your father was not in his stead, then a son sat or stood in the stead. So it tells us in the 21st chapter of Deuteronomy, is speaking about innocent blood and how we dealt with innocent blood or a man being slain in the land and we didn't know who actually did the slaying. But when we get to the 5th verse, it tells us this, and I would like to read the 5th verse to the 9th verse. And it reads, and the priests, not any of your brothers, not the brothers that's calling themselves Yahulah, Nathili, Reuben, but it says the priests, the sons of Levi, shall come near, for them Yahweh thy Elohim hath chosen to minister unto him, and to bless in his name, being redundant in all the things that I have showed. We're going through many scriptures, especially in the law, and they saying the same thing. Because Yahweh changed not, and he don't want no new way. He don't want you to come up with a way of doing this. He ain't going to say Levi and you bring Mary or John. It says, and the priest, the son of Levi, shall come near. For them Yahweh thy Elohim hath chosen to minister unto him, and to bless in the name of Yahweh. And by their word shall every controversy and every stroke be tried. So, if someone committed a crime and it consisted of 10 strokes, 30 strokes, you was never supposed to succeed 40, or if it consists of 40 strokes, these things had to be verified by the priest. Let's read this again. It says in the last sentence, by their word shall every controversy and every stroke be tried. It also say, and all the elders of that city that are next unto the slain men shall wash their hands over the heifer that is beheaded in the valley, and they shall answer and say, our hand have not shed this blood, neither have our eyes seen it. Be merciful, Yahweh, unto thy people Israel, whom thou hast redeemed, and lay not innocent blood into thy people of Israel, into thy people of Israel's charge, and the blood shall be forgiven them. So shall thou put away the guilt of innocent blood from among you, when thou shalt do that which is right in the sight of Yahweh. And this is a law. And many times we see innocent blood. We find our brothers and sisters shot on these streets, and people don't really know who did it. They got their own law of dealing with those things. They got investigative crews and all type of stuff, not according to this law, because this law was given to us to govern ourselves in our own land. Today, we find ourselves in another man's land, and they got a different law of how they investigate and what they do when they find a person dead in the field or in a city next to them, and they don't know who did it. And it's just another proof that you are not under the covenant of the law, but you are under the enemy's law this day. It also tells us a proof and how we were supposed to deal with our priests. It tells us, and this is one of the questions we ask all the time, if we under the covenant of the law today, why can't you execute this simple law dealing with one's own house? It tells us in the 18th verse of this same chapter, if a man have a stubborn and rebellious son, which will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and that when they have chastened him will not hearken unto them. Then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him and bring him into the elders of his city and into the gates of his place. And they shall say unto the elders of his city, this our son is stubborn, and we know what stubborn represent, and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. And all the men of his city shall stone him with stones, that he die. So shall thou put evil away from among you, and all Israel shall hear and fear. And these things was to be done, but they were not to be done without the Levite, or should I have said, without the priest tried. The priest must try that case before we kill that stubborn and rebellious son. If someone else did it, it would be considered murder, because the Almighty never told you to do it. I don't care if you the father or the mother. He didn't even give them the right to do it. He gave them the right to bring it to the appropriate people, and then the appropriate people executed the judgment. But he never even gave the mother and the father the right to take that child out. Instead, they had to follow the instructions. And you did follow the instructions if you were on Yahweh's side. It also tells us, if we take a look, while we still in Deuteronomy, in the 17th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, tells us this, dealing with the two houses that many of us despise. It tells us in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, I would like to read the very first verse, and it reads, Thou shalt not sacrifice unto Yahweh thy Elohim any bullock or sheep wherein is blemished, or any ill-favoredness, for that is an abomination unto Yahweh thy Elohim. And many people have called themselves giving such sacrifices to Yahweh, and the Almighty is allowing us to know through his word it is none other than abomination. It also continued to read and says, If there be found among you within any of thy gates, which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee. So it lets us know that these laws was given to us to govern ourselves among our own land. For the Almighty didn't say, if there be found among you within any of thy gates in the world, which Yahweh give thee. The Almighty have not given us the world. He gave us an inheritance. So he's speaking about a particular geographical location. Man or woman that have wrought wickedness in the sight of Yahweh thy Elohim. And what does it mean to wrought wickedness in the sight of Elohim? It means they have transgressed, or they are transgressing his covenant, and have gone and served other gods and worshiped them, either the sun or moon, or any of the host of heaven, which I have not commanded. And it be told thee, and thou hast heard of it, and inquired diligently, and behold, it be true, and the thing certain, that such abomination is wrought in Israel, then shalt thou bring forth that man or that woman which have committed that wicked thing into thy gates, even that man or that woman, and shall stone them with stones till they die. At the mouth of two witnesses or 3 witnesses, shall he that is worthy of death be put to death. But at the mouth of 1 witness he shall not be put to death. And that's the law. Well, today, it only takes 1 witness for our brothers and sisters to be put in jail forever, to be a recipient of the electric chair and lethal injection. It only takes 1 witness. It could be an old white lady said, "I've seen him," and that's enough. But that is not the law, nor are we being judged by this law. But we are being judged by the enemy's law this day. But if you were under the covenant of the law, you have to do it this way. And none of you do it this way only because you're not under the covenant of the law. The 7th verse reads, "The hands of the witnesses shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterward the hand of all the people, so thou shalt put the evil away from among you. If there arise a matter too hard for thee in judgment, between blood and blood, between plead and plead, between stroke and stroke, between matters of controversy within thy gates, then shalt thou arise and get thee up into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim should choose. And thy, you can't go no other place, and thy shall come into the priests, the Levites, and into the judges that shall be in those days, and inquire, and they shall show thee the sentence of judgment, which is not done today because there is no priests. You're not in your land. The covenant of the law is broken. Thus today you are judged by your enemies. The 10th verse, "And thou shalt do according to the sentence which they of that place which Yahweh shall choose shall show thee, and thou shalt observe to do according to all that they inform thee." It also tells us, according to the sentence of the law, which they shall teach thee. And many of us have not been taught. And this is a great point to show that we're not under the covenant of the law, because many people teach that we are. But if you've been listening to your brother, he keeps telling you that you're not. And one reason that I know you're not is because you don't know the law. When Israel came out of Egypt, they were taught not the Egyptian law, but the law of their Creator. Well, today, every time we come out the womb, we are never taught the law of our Creator, but we are truly taught the law of our enemy. And it starts from sometime in your house, and if it's not in your house, it starts in these schools. They teach you about government. Many of you have went to school, and you have been taught about this government, about their laws, their constitution, and all that. Well, if we were under the covenant of the law today, and we found ourselves in our own land, we will be taught the same thing about our laws, our constitution, our monarchy. But we don't know these things. We find these things once we're 40, 50, 60 years old. But we do know that we were taught about this land and their laws. And if you forgot the teachings, they remind you when they arrest you and sentence your butt forever. You are reminded about the law. You hire a lawyer, and he'll start reiterating to you what law you broke, how they're going to try to come at you, and all that. So throughout our life here in the enemy's land, we are taught their laws. We are not taught our laws to govern ourselves in their land. It tells us, what verse did I leave off? It tells us, in the 9th verse, no, we're in the 11th verse, it said, according to the sentence of the law which they shall teach thee, and according to the judgment which they shall tell thee, thou shalt do. Thou shalt not decline, add, or take away from the sentence which they shall show thee, to the right hand or the left. And the man that will do presumptuously, like many of you are doing today, and will not hearken unto the priests that stand to minister there before Yahweh thy Elohim, or unto the judge, even that man shall die, and thou shalt put away the evil from Israel, from your land. And all the people shall hear and fear, and do no more presumptuously. It also tells us about another person or another family that many of us have despised, and that is the family of Yehuda, the family of the kings, the family of King David. And it tells us before King David was ever selected, it says, when thy art come, but please take note, when the king will arrive, will appear, and where the king was to do all that Yahweh instilled upon him. It says, when thy art come into the land which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee. And these are the instructions. And the only way you're going to be on Yahweh's side if you agree with every word. It says, and shall possess it. Not no place you sojourning. Not no place where you find yourself captive. It says, in the place that you shall possess it, and shall dwell therein, and shall say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations that are about me. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose. That's obedience. One from among thy brethren shall thou set king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother, but he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt, to the end that he should multiply horses. For as much as Yahweh hath said unto you, ye shall henceforth return no more that way. Neither shall he multiply wives unto himself, that his heart turn not away. Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. And it shall be, when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom. And this ain't even happened yet. It took almost 250 years from the wilderness to a king to appear. But these words are already laid out, and you're not to add nor take away. And the only way you will be found on Yahweh's side if you was found in obedience to these words. Thus it reads in the 18th verse, and it shall be when he sit upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this law in a book, because Yahweh changed not. He mean what he say. Out of that which is before who? The priests, the Levites. And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear Yahweh his Elohim, to keep all the words of this law and these statutes to do them, that his heart be not lifted above his brother, like many of our brothers' hearts are lifted up today. They slander their mother's son. They act like they holier than I. It says, turn not aside from the commandment to the right hand or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom. He, please take note, in his children. It lets us know, just like the priest's son had to be in his father's stead, meaning his father was a priest. Well, here it shows us that it's the same way with the king. it says, he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children, his sons that sat on the throne after him in the midst of Israel. Also, it tells us, while we in this chapter, if we take a look at the 18th chapter of Deuteronomy. For in the 18th chapter, it tells us this. The priests, the Levites, and all the tribe of Levi. So it lets us know that the priests come from the Levites, but all Levites are not priests. It says the priests, the Levites, and all the tribe of Levi shall have no part, no inheritance with Israel. They shall eat the offerings of Yahweh made by fire and his inheritance. Therefore shall they have no inheritance among their brethren. Yahweh is their inheritance, as he hath said unto them. And this shall be the priest's due from the people, from them that offer a sacrifice, whether it be ox or sheep. And they shall give unto the priest the shoulder, and the 2 cheeks, and the maw, the first fruits also of thy corn, of thy wine, and of thy oil, and the first of the fleece of thy sheep shall thou give him. For Yahweh thy Elohim have chosen him out of all thy tribes, to stand to minister in the name of Yahweh, him and his sons forever. And if you don't agree with this, if you can't follow the status quo, you are not on Yahweh's side. The 6th verse says, and if a Levite, please take note, come from any of thy gates out of all Israel, where he sojourned, and come with all the desire of his mind into the place. But you notice, they coming with the desire of his mind, but he ain't went crazy. He know that the desire that he have in his mind must go to a particular place. Just like when we deal with Ezra, the scribe. It says Ezra prepared his heart to teach Israel the law. It didn't say to teach Israel the law in Persia or teach Israel the law in Babylon. That would be losing his mind. Instead, he said to teach Israel the law in Israel, to do it. See, when you're teaching Israel today to do the law in their enemy's land, you lost your mind. To teach Israel the law, to teach Israel the book of the law, to teach Israel that they would do these things once they enter the land is right. Your conversation is right. Not so if you teach them to do it wherever they at. Thus it tells us, and if a Levite come from any of thy gates out of all Israel, where he sojourned, and come with all the desire of his mind, and to the place which Yahweh shall choose, then he shall minister in the name of Yahweh, his Elohim, as all his brethren, the Levites, do, which stand there before Yahweh. So again, we read the instructions, and it allows us to know that the Levites, the priests, are selected to do a particular task, and none of the other sons or none of the other tribes were permitted to do these things. And we have brothers and sisters among us today saying that they are priests and priestesses and all this mess, and they are in total disobedience with the Creator. They are offering sacrifices instead of obedience. And one other place that I would like to go to, I'll just read one or two verses out of it because we read it a couple of times last week and week before, but that is in Jeremiah, the 33rd chapter. Let us go there again, please. For in Jeremiah, the 33rd chapter, is saying the same thing that I am teaching today. Those people that was fearless, that did not fear the people, but feared Yahweh, that avouched to be on Yahweh's side, won a privilege. And this privilege, this blessing, you wouldn't want to be on no other people. I don't care how many brothers and sisters you have. This privilege you only want on yourself and your children. And that's how the Almighty gave it. Thus it tells us in Jeremiah, the 33rd chapter. I like to go straight to the point, and the point of the matter can be found in the 17th verse. And in Jeremiah, the 33rd chapter, the 17th verse says, For thus said Yahweh, David shall never want a man to sit upon the throne of the house of Israel, because that is a privilege. That is an honor that he have won. The Almighty told Saul that I have found one of thy neighbors that is righteous than you. So this is something special. Yahweh found this man and put this blessing on this man. And this man should never want this blessing to be on anybody other than his sons. It don't stop there, though. The 18th verse says, Neither shall the priests, the Levites, want a man before me, before the Most High, to offer burnt offerings and to kindle meat offerings and to do sacrifices continuously. And we've just found out why. Because it's a privilege. They won that privilege. They were selected. Aaron was the priest from the beginning. Thus, his seed is chose after him to stand in their father's stead. And then it tells us in the 24th verse, Consider thy not what this people has spoken. They saying we don't need no priest today, or they'll say I'm the priest. It says, Consider thy not what this people has spoken, saying, the two families which Yahweh have chosen, he have even cast them off. And the only reason you saying he cast them off is because you saying you can do it. Or you saying we don't need it. We don't need them to keep the law. Where do it say you got to have the priest to keep the law? Where do it say you ask us all these ridiculous questions when the Almighty said the only reason you asking these questions, the only reason you making these ridiculous statements is because thus they have despised my people, that they should be no more a nation before them. And it takes those two families with the 10 to make that great nation as Yahweh chose. But that ain't what our brothers and sisters teach. They teach, well, all y'all got to do is come to the congregation, and y'all that's in the congregation, them the ones Yahweh selected. That ain't the word of Yah. When the Almighty bring that nation back, it will consist of 12. Read Deuteronomy, the 33rd chapter again. The blessings that is put upon Israel. It is 12. So the Almighty already knew how he was going to forsake his people. He let Jeremiah know, and Jeremiah said again in the 24th verse, Consider thy not what this people has spoken. It ain't the enemy speaking, it's Israel. Saying, the two families which Yahweh has chosen, he have even cast them off. Thus, when they say this madness, they have despised my people, that they should be no more a nation before them. And I'll read the last two verses to let you know this subject matter is right on time, because the Almighty told us, according to the 25th verse, thus said Yahweh, if my covenant be not with day and night, and if I have not appointed the ordinance of heaven and earth, then will I cast away the seed of Jacob, and not only the seed of Jacob, because we're talking about both houses. So you can also include the seed of Levi. But it says, then will I cast away the seed of Jacob and David my servant, so that I will not take any of his seed to be rulers over the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. For is a time for everything under the sun. Even though your brothers despise the two houses, it says, for I will cause their captivity to return and have mercy on them. And as your brother said last week, and I'm saying this week, when Yahweh return our captivity and have mercy upon us, Levi will stand up, just like David will stand up. And I'm not talking about the individual men that have died and passed away, but I am talking about their house and their seed. It also tells us not only was there a special people, but there was a special place where all those people was commanded to do all that Yahweh said. And we can find some of those truths if we turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. I have a few more notes that I would like to speak on. We might not get through all of them. If not, it's fine. We can pick it up again. And as I stated, we already have a presentation with almost the same name, but it dealt more with Israel as a whole. This one here is dealing with Israel as a whole, but it's dealing with Israel as a whole and the two families that are despised. So we put more emphasis on one of the families that is despised, and that family is Levi, which many of our people teach that they are either Levi or they teach we don't need to do what they teach we should do this day. Well, in Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, is another chapter that we can use to prove that they are in error and that Yahweh means what he say. If we turn our scripture to Deuteronomy 12th chapter, I'd like to start reading at the 5th verse. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, the 5th verse, but into the place which Yahweh your Elohim should choose out of all your tribes. Here go the 12 families. Well, it's a place out of the 12 families that Yahweh have chosen, just like there is families that he has chosen. To put his name there, even into his inhabitation shall ye seek. And this brother or this tribe that it denotes was none other than Yehuda, your brother. It says, even into his inhabitation shall ye seek, and tighter thy shall come. And tighter ye shall bring your burnt offerings. And we already know who do the burnt offerings. and the sacrifices, none other than Aaron the priest, and your tithes and heave offerings of your hand and your vows. And remember, we read in Ecclesiastes about the vow. Well, you got to, when you make a vow, you have to complete a vow. And you had to bring the completion of your vow to the priest, which none of us have today. But I hear many people saying they Nazarites and they done made a vow for this and a vow for that. Well, how can you ever fulfill the vow without a priest and without going into the place that Yahweh chose? It says, and your vows and your free will offerings and the firstlings of your herds and of your flocks. And there ye shall eat before Yahweh your Elohim, and ye shall rejoice in all that ye put your hand into, ye, your households, wherein Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee. Ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day. Every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes. For ye are not as yet, and that's all I'm saying. You ain't in the promised land. It says, for ye are not as yet come to the rest and to the inheritance which Yahweh your Elohim give you. But when ye go over Jordan, it letting us know the geographical location, and dwell in the land which Yahweh your Elohim give you to inherit. And when he give you rest, you're not resting today. And it lets us know it's a time for everything under the sun. So it was a time when Yahweh gave us rest from all your enemies round about, so that ye dwell in safety. It lets you know what the rest represents. Then there shall be a place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. Tighter shall ye bring all that I command you. So that also includes the tithes, your burnt offerings, your sacrifices, your tithes, and the heave offering of your hand, and all your choice vows, which ye vowed unto Yahweh. And ye shall rejoice before Yahweh your Elohim, ye and your sons, and your daughters, and your manservant, and your maidservant, and the Levite that is within your gates. For as much as he have no part, nor inheritance with you, take heed to thyself, that thou offer not thy burnt offerings in every place, like America, that thou seest, but in the place which Yahweh shall choose in one of thy tribes, there thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, and there thou shalt do all that I command thee. And please take note of these words, because we have the Feast of Trumpets coming up. We have the Feast of the Day of Atonement coming up, and many people are teaching that they can do it here in America, when your Creator is telling you exactly where to bring all that he commanded thee. And it's not America. It says in the 15th verse, notwithstanding, thou mayest kill and eat flesh in all thy gates, meaning the other places that you live in that promised land, which was your gates, because everybody did not live in Jerusalem. Whatsoever thy soul lust after, according to the blessing of Yahweh thy Elohim, which he hath given thee. The unclean and the clean may eat thereof, as the roebuck, and as of the hart. Only ye shall not eat the blood, ye shall pour it upon the earth as water. Thou mayest not eat within thy gates the tithe of thy corn, or of thy wine, or of the oil, or of the firstling of the herd, or of thy flock, nor any of thy vows which thou vowest, nor thy freewill offering, or heave offering of thy hand. But thou must eat them before Yahweh, and Yahweh is not in America, thy Elohim, in the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose, thy and thy son, and thy daughter, and thy manservant, and thy maidservant, and the Levite that is within thy gates, and thou shalt rejoice before Yahweh thy Elohim in all that thou puttest thy hand into. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 26th chapter of Deuteronomy, so there was a special people, and there was a special house, and there was a special place to do all that Yahweh commanded Israel. And the only way that you could be on Yahweh's side, you must have to agree and do all that Yahweh has said. Thus it tells us in the 26th chapter of Deuteronomy, starting at the very first verse, and it reads, and it shall be, for there is a time for everything under the sun. Thus it tells us, and it shall be, and it wasn't only telling us, it's telling our fathers that find themselves in the wilderness. And it shall be, when thou art come into the land which Yahweh thy Elohim give thee for an inheritance, not captive, not sojourning among the enemy, but for an inheritance, and possesses it, and dwellest therein, your dwellings, Israel, that thou shalt take of the first of all the fruit of the earth, which thou shalt bring of thy land, not wherever you at, that Yahweh thy Elohim give thee, and shall put it in a basket, and shall go into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose to place his name there. And that first place, Israel, was Shiloh. And they forsook the words of Yahweh. Thus Yahweh destroyed many of our people and destroyed Shiloh. The second and the last place that was chosen was none other than Jerusalem. It tells us in the third verse, and thou shalt go into the priest that shall be, look, Israel, that shall be in those days in your land. Where today you find yourself scattered on the four corners of the earth and you can't even find a priest because you don't need him. What are you going to do in another man's land? You can't find David today. You can't find David's seed today. Ain't no kings of Israel standing up today because you don't need him. What can he do today? But when you in your kingdom, Levi is going to stand up, and the son of David is going to stand up. It says that I am, in this third verse, and thou shalt go into the priest that shall be in those days, and say unto him, I profess this day unto Yahweh thy Elohim that I am come into the country, geographical location, your dwelling, Israel, your inheritance, the same land that you possess. In the book of Nehemiah, I think it's the 9th chapter, 37th verse, it says, your kingdom, which Yahweh swore unto our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, for to give us. And the priest shall take the basket out of thy hand, not your brother, not the brother that ain't a priest, but only the priest, and set it down before the altar of Yahweh thy Elohim, which will only be found in Jerusalem. And thou shalt speak and say, before Yahweh thy Elohim, a Syrian ready to perish was my father. And he went down into Egypt and sojourned there 430 years with a few, and became there a nation, great, mighty, and populous. And the Egyptians evil entreated us. But people teach they loved us. They knew Joseph, and they just loved us and gave us. It says the Egyptians evil entreated us and afflicted us and laid upon us hard bondage. And when we cried into Yahweh Elohim of our fathers, Yahweh heard our voice and looked upon our affliction. Genesis the 15th chapter, the 13th and the 14th verse. And our labors and our oppression. And Yahweh brought us forth out of Egypt with a mighty hand, with a stretched out arm, and with great terribleness, and with signs, and with wonders. And he brought us into this place, and have given us this land, even a land that floweth with milk and honey. And now, behold, I have brought the first fruit of the land, which thy Yahweh has given me. And thou shalt set it before Yahweh thy Elohim, and worship before Yahweh thy Elohim. And that's in the land. And thou shalt rejoice in every good thing which Yahweh thy Elohim hath given thee. And into thy house, thy and the Levite, and the stranger that is among you. When thou hast made an end of time, all the times of thy increase, the third year, which is the year of time, and has given it into the Levite, the stranger, the fatherless, the widow, that they may eat within thy gates and be filled, then thou shalt say before Yahweh thy Elohim, I have brought away the hollow things out of my house, and also have given them into the Levites, and to the stranger, and to the fatherless, to the widow, according to all thy commandments, which thou hast commanded me. I have not transgressed thy commandments. They are on Yahweh's side, if you can make this confession. Neither have I forgotten them. I have not eaten thereof in my mourning, neither have I taken away aught thereof for any unclean use, nor given aught thereof for the dead. But I have hearkened unto the voice of Yahweh my Elohim, and have done according to all that thou hast commanded me. And this is your wisdom, Israel. Look down from thy holy habitation, from heaven, and bless thy people, Israel, and the land, not the world, not wherever you find yourself, but it is asking for a particular land to be blessed, which thou hast given us, as thy swears unto our fathers, a land that floweth with milk and honey. This day Yahweh thy Elohim hath commanded thee to do these statutes and judgments. Thou shalt therefore keep and do them with all thy heart and with all thy soul. Thou hast avouched Yahweh this day to be thy Elohim, and to walk in his way, and to keep his statutes, and these are his commandments, and his judgments, and to hearken unto his voice. And Yahweh have avouched, please take note, if you are on his side this day, to be his particular people, as he hath promised thee, and that thou should keep all his commandments, and to make thee high above all nations, which he hath made in praise, and in name, and in honor, and that thou mayest be an holy people unto Yahweh thy Elohim, as he has spoken. That is only if you are under the covenant of the law in your land, being on Yahweh's side. And eventually, our fathers did not. For all our fathers find themselves out of the land, their children scattered on the four corners of the earth, needing to be saved out of this mess, that we may get back on Yahweh's side. It is 8 o'clock. We don't really have that much time left. I would like to go to two more places, and I guess we will try to end it there. Let us turn our scriptures to the book of Numbers. And we have spent a lot of time today in the law. Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, back and forth, establishing all that Yahweh has said. And it looks like he changes not. I would like to read the first 7 verses in the 18th chapter. I advise you all to read this whole chapter. It's a beautiful chapter. It gives you understanding about the tithes. It gives you understanding about what the priests and the Levites shared. But I would just like to read the first 7 verses due to time restraint. And it tells us in Numbers, the 18th chapter, the first verse. And Yahweh said unto Aaron, thy and thy sons, and thy father's house with thee shall bear the iniquity of the sanctuary. And thy sons with thee shall bear the iniquity of your priesthood. And thy brethren also of the tribe of Levi. So the priest is not of the brethren. The priest is of the sons. So the Levites is the brethren, and they can't be the priests because they are not the sons. So again, Israel, all priests are Levites, but all Levites are not priests. Thus it tells us in the second verse, and thy brethren also of the tribe of Levi, the tribe of thy father, bring thy with thee. He said, bring them with you, that they may be joined into thee and minister into thee. So the priests ministered to Yahweh, the Levites ministered into the priests. It says, but thy and thy sons with thee shall minister before the tabernacle of witness. So that's what the priests and their sons did, and it also let us know what the Levites were doing. They were ministering to the priests and their sons. It says, and they shall keep thy charge, and the charge of all the tabernacle, only they shall not come nigh of the vessels of the sanctuary, because there are certain sacred duties that only the priest could do. Even the Levite will be killed for doing it. And the altar that neither they nor ye also die. And they shall be joined into thee, and keep the charge of the tabernacle of the congregation for all the service of the tabernacle. And a stranger shall not come nigh. And a stranger is anyone other than Aaron and his sons. And ye shall keep the charge of the sanctuary and the charge of the altar, that there be no wrath any more upon the children of Israel. And I beheld, or I behold, I have taken your brethren, the Levites, from among the children of Israel. To you they are given as a gift for Yahweh to do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. Therefore, thy and thy sons with thee shall keep your priest's office for everything of the altar and within the veil. And ye shall serve. I have given your priest's office unto you as a service of gift. It is an honor to be a priest. And you just going to call yourself a priest? That's blasphemy. It says, and the stranger that come night shall be put to death. You lucky you're not in the land. Because if you were on the land, under the law, calling yourself a priest and doing the priest's work, you would die. Let us turn one more place in the book of Numbers, and that will be found in the 3rd chapter. I'm trying to install some fear in our brothers and sisters. Maybe they would change their tone and quit lying to the brothers, talking about their priests and their chief men and all that mess. Because if you were, and if you are, you wasn't, as you ain't, and we were under the covenant of the law, you would be dead. It tells us in Numbers, the 3rd chapter. Numbers, the 3rd chapter, and it tells us, I'll start at the 1st verse and read to the 9th chapter. And after that, I think I will end with a future prophecy to let us know that Yahweh changed not. So I'll read Numbers, the 3rd chapter. After Numbers, the 3rd chapter, we're going to go straight to Numbers, the 25th chapter, and then we'll go to Ezekiel, the 44th chapter, in there. So we're at Numbers, the 3rd chapter right now, and it tells us quickly in the very first verse, these also are the generations of Aaron and Moses in the day that Yahweh speak with Moses in Mount Sinai. And these are the names of the sons of Aaron, Anab, the firstborn, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. These are the names of the sons of Aaron, the priests, which were anointed, whom he consecrated to minister in the priest's office. And Abihu died before Yahweh when they offered strange fire before Yahweh in the wilderness of Sinai. And they had no children. And Eleazar and Ithamar ministered in the priest's office in the sight of Aaron their father. That's the same as saying in the sight or in their father's stead. And Yahweh speak into Moses, saying, bring the, and I remember your brother said he didn't have to die for a son to be in his stead. It says, bring this tribe of Levi near and present them before Aaron the priest, that they may minister unto him. And they shall keep his charge and the charge of the whole congregation before the tabernacle of the congregation to do the service of the tabernacle. And they shall keep all the instruments of the tabernacle of the congregation in the charge of the children of Israel to do the service of the tabernacle. And thou shalt give the Levites unto Aaron and to his sons. They are wholly given. It's a gift, Israel. Wholly given unto him out of the children of Israel. And thou shalt appoint Aaron and his sons, and they shall wait on their priest office. And the stranger, or your brother that is not of Levi, that is not of the house of Aaron, it says, and the stranger that come night shall be put to death. But you're going to call yourself a Levite and a priest today. It also tells us why this will never change if we turn our scriptures to Numbers, the 25th chapter, right quick. I got one more after that, and then we'll end the presentation, even though I had many more scriptures before these. But due to time restraint, I don't have enough time to give them all. So let's go to this point, and then we will end with Ezekiel, the 44th chapter. Numbers, the 25th chapter. And I ain't going to be able to read all of it, so I'm going to go straight to the point, and I advise you all to read this beautiful chapter. It tells us I'll start at the 4th verse. It says, and Yahweh said unto Moses, take all the heads of the people and hang them up before Yahweh against the sun. These people that just got killed. That the fierce anger of Yahweh may be turned away from Israel. And Moses said unto the judges of Israel, slay ye every one his men that were joined into Baal Peor, or the Lord Peor. And behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought into his brethren the Midish woman. And that's how it is today. You go in these congregations, these camps, they got all these mixed people in there. If we was truly separated, if we was truly set apart, if we was truly sanctified, they would die. They wouldn't be among us like that. But it tells us, let's read the story and see if we can understand these things. It says in the 6th verse, and behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought into his brethren a Midianish woman in the sight of Moses, and in the sight of all the congregation of the children of Israel, who were weeping before the door of the tabernacle of the congregation because of the plague that was upon us. And when Phinehas, please remember this name. It says, when Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, let you know who his daddy was, Eleazar, which was the son of Aaron, the third oldest, the son of Aaron, the priest, saw it, he rose up from among the congregation and took a javelin in his hand. And when we ask the question, who is on Yahweh's side? This brother right here is truly on Yahweh's side. And most times when you on Yahweh's side, you must execute the judgment. Thus it reads. And when Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, saw it, he rose up from among the congregation and took a javelin in his hand. And he went after the man, the same foolish brother that brought her in. It said he went after the man of Israel into the tent and thrust both of them through, the man of Israel and the woman through her belly. So the plague was stayed. So how was Israel saved? How did Israel receive some comfort during the time that Yahweh was plaguing them? You had to execute judgment on the wrong. And most times, Yahweh looked at you as favorable. Thus it reads. And he went after the man of Israel into the tent and thrust both of them through, the man of Israel and the woman through her belly. So the plague was stayed from the children of Israel. And those that died in the plague was 24,000. Well, last time it was just 3,000. Here, 24,000. And Yahweh speak unto Moses, saying, Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, have turned my wrath away from the children of Israel, while he was zealous. That's all it takes, like I am this day, for my sake among them, that I consume not the children of Israel in my jealousy. Wherefore say, behold, I give unto him, look at the reward, my covenant of peace, and he shall have it, and his seed after him. Every time, like I say, you don't want to get that up. David don't want another man sitting on the throne beside his children. Levi don't want another man ministering before the priest beside his children. Thus it tells us, wherefore say, the 12th verse, wherefore say, behold, I give unto him my covenant of peace, and he shall have it, and his seed after him, even the covenant of an everlasting what? Priesthood, because he was zealous for his Elohim, and made an atonement for the children of Israel. Now the names of the Israelites that were slain, even that was slain with the Midianite woman, was Zimri, and the son of Salu, a prince of a chief house among the Simeonites. So here it tells us it allows us to know that this man won a priesthood forever because he executed judgment upon that which was evil, and it saved the people. It took the plague off the people. But before his zealous act, it lets us know that 24,000 people had died just because of this praising this Baal PR and messing with the women that dealt with Baal PR. So the Israelites were seduced, and that plague had to be stayed. And our brother Phinehas stayed it by throwing a javelin through the brother that brought the lady and through the lady. And he must have threw that pretty hard. He must have been pretty angry for he to have enough strength to make that javelin go through his brother and the woman. So this is a great feat. Always remember your brother Phinehas. Let us turn our scriptures to Ezekiel, the 44th chapter. This will be the last verse that we'll be able to read today. We'll end the presentation on this note. And it's a good note because it's a note of truth. It allows us to know that Yahweh changed not. And it allows us to know that there is no priest among us this day. So your brothers are in error every time they put that title on themselves and try to get you to follow them. It tells us in Ezekiel, the 44th chapter. Please read the whole chapter. I had the whole chapter written down. We're not going to be able to read it all today. So we'll go straight to the point. And the point that I am bringing in is that it will always be the priests. And this day it will be the priests or the sons of Zadok, because of what Phinehas did way back when. And it tells us I'll start at the 10th verse. And the Levites that are gone away far from me, when Israel went astray, which went astray away from me after their idols, they shall even bear their iniquity. Yet they shall be ministers in my sanctuary, having charge at the gates. Look where they're going to be. Even though they were rebellious, the promise is still the same to Zadok and his sons. So the Almighty said, yeah, they messed up, and they was having my people serve idols and all that mess. But when this day comes, the seed going to still do the job. And it's telling you why. It says, and minister to the house. They shall slay the burnt offerings and the sacrifice for the people, and they shall stand before them to minister unto them, because they ministered unto them before their idols, and caused the house of Israel to fall into iniquity. Therefore have I lifted up my hand against them, said Yahweh Elohim, and they shall bear their iniquity. And they shall not come near unto me to do the office of a priest. Please take note. And to me, nor to come near to any of my holy things in the most holy place. But they shall bear their shame and their abominations which they have committed. But I will make them keepers of the charge of the house, for all the service thereof, and for all that shall be done therein. But the priests, the Levites, the son of Zadok, that kept the charge of my sanctuary, when the children of Israel went astray from me, they shall come near to me to minister. And that testimony is found in Numbers, the 25th chapter. they shall come near to me to minister to me, and they shall stand before me to offer unto me the fat and the blood, said Yahweh. They shall enter into my sanctuary, and they shall come near to my table to minister unto me. They shall keep my charge. And it shall come to pass that when they enter in at the gate of the inner court, they shall be clothed with linen garment, and no wool shall be come upon them while they minister in the gate of the inner court and within. They shall have linen bonnets upon their heads, and shall have linen breeches upon their loins. They shall not gird themselves with anything that causes sweat. And when they go forth into the inner court, even into the upper court, to the people, they shall put off their garments within they minister, and lay them in the holy chambers, and they shall put on other garments, and they shall not sacrifice the people with their garments. Neither shall they shave their heads, nor suffer their locks to grow long. They shall only poll their heads. Neither shall any priest drink wine when they enter into the inner courts. Neither shall they take for their wives a widow, nor her that is put away, but they shall take maidens of the seed of the house of Israel, or a widow that had a priest before. And they shall teach my people the difference between the holy and the profane. And that's another good reason why ain't no priests among us, because they can't even teach us the difference between the holy and the profane. They saying we can do it in the profane land. They don't even know what set apart means. It says in the 23rd verse, and they shall teach my people the difference between the holy and profane, and cause them to discern between the unclean and the clean. And in controversy, as we read in Deuteronomy the 17th chapter, they shall stand in judgment, and they shall judge it according to my judgments. Please take note. And they shall keep my laws and my statutes and all my assemblies, and they shall hallow my Sabbaths. And they shall come at no dead person to defile themselves, but for father or for mother, or for son or for daughter, for brother or for sister, that have had no husband, they may defile themselves. If your sister had a husband, you could not defile yourself for her. And after he is cleansed, they shall reckon unto him 7 days. And in the day that he goes into the sanctuary, into the inner court, to minister in the sanctuary, he shall offer his sin offering, said Yahweh Elohim. And it shall be unto them for an inheritance. I am their inheritance, and ye shall give them no possession in Israel. I am their possession. They shall eat the meat offerings and the sin offerings and the trespass offerings, and every dedicated thing in Israel shall be theirs. And the first of all the first fruits of all things, and every oblation of every sort of your oblations shall be the priests. Ye shall also give unto the priests the fruit of your dough, that he may cause the blessings to rest in thy house. The priests shall not eat of anything that is dead of itself or torn, whether it be fowl or beast. That would be the end of the presentation. We can open up for comments and questions. Today's presentation was obedience, who is on Yahweh's side, and we showed that the Levites, the priests, were selected to be on Yahweh's side because they were more and willing and able to execute the judgments of Yahweh. Is there any comments or questions on anything that we have taught this day?
The lines are open.
The lines are open. No comments, no questions. I know many of you know people that call themselves priests, which is none other than a lie. And as I stated, this presentation was called Who is on Yahweh's Side? And we established who was on Yahweh's side by obedience. And we seen that this particular house that is vouched to be on Yahweh's side executed vengeance on evil. And the Almighty was so glad that he had one that could stand up and execute according to his heart. He gave him the priesthood forever. Look at the rewards that the priesthood is the closest of all the hoods that we have in our family. There's nothing closer than the priest. But Yahweh give you that closeness because you are on his side. And what did we have to do to show that we was on his side? Execute vengeance upon that which was evil. Did we all understand the presentation today?
Yes, sir.
Indeed.
Indeed. Straight to the point, as always.
Well, it also let us know that those that were willing to follow the instructions were on Yahweh's side. So I'm asking today, who is on Yahweh's side today? Are y'all on Yahweh's side, or do you have some other instructions that you're following?
Yahweh's side.
Yahweh's side.
Yahweh's side.
So when you talk to your brothers and sisters, you need to tell them that, look, brother and sister, don't get mad at me. I'm just on Yahweh's side, and I must tell you all that is written. Even if you do it or not, being on Yahweh's side, you still got to tell them. And that's the only thing we got today. The only thing we got today is our mouth. All we can do is tell you. If we was in our land or the Almighty was among us and he asked me who on his side, I would have hurried up and put a sword in my hand and start killing all the people that said they was priests. But we can't do that today.
Brother.
Go ahead, brother.
Question. All right.
Please state your name and where you're from, and then ask your question.
Okay, this is Brother Dr. known as Brian in Michigan. And hallelujah. I got a question because all my life I have bounced around, jumped from one hoop to another, but I never gave up trusting in Yahweh or Yahweh. When I called him God, that's all I had. So I've trusted many men, many women, but here's the thing. I'm becoming humbled because as I have been led to study under you this day, I have reached this point in my life where I realize that we can't be too sure what we read 100%. Because first of all, in this world, there are 4 councils that sit on the corners of the earth that dictate what goes in these books. So our trust, we have to be careful. I think, anyway, at least I have to be careful. I speak for myself and for my household, to be careful to be so confident about what we think we read. Because just tonight, as I was trying to prepare for this study, I decided to put in on an online group of Bibles a search for a certain word. And all of them came back and said, could not be found. I tried 3 times, could not be found. I continued to search and search. And then finally, I got one search that came up with over 32 instances of that word in the various books. So when we study, my question, all this is just, it's not really anything but a point, because last week you made a comment that, it's, or sometime in one of your points, you were making a good point about there's a remnant that is left in the land, and that we're waiting for them to do right. And whenever that is, whenever Yahweh or Yahweh speaks to them or raises them up, someone amongst them, I thought they were supposed to come here to where we are beyond the rivers of Ethiopia to like wake us up. We would believe them. So when they do, we'll believe them because it'll make sense. I think his spirit will be on us, or he'll put his spirit on each and every one of us to recognize that. So I'm just saying, what is your comment about that? Because I'll tell you, I've made all kind of vows in total ignorance, but desiring with a pure heart, the desire, even in ignorance, the pure heart and desire to do the right thing, but found out later that I was making vows when I wasn't supposed to, just like now. That's what I want to say.
Well, went from a question to a statement. I'm trying to keep up with all that you said. I wasn't for sure about the remnant that you was speaking about when you said we was waiting on a remnant. I don't remember saying anything like that. Far as books, far as being certain of the words that one speak, let me say it like this. I have been studying the Holy Scriptures for 25 or more years. I am a witness of the Holy Scriptures. So when my brothers and them tell me about other books, I don't really fuss with you because that ain't what I'm witnessing. I say I'm a witness of the Holy Scriptures. I study the Holy Scriptures. I ain't studying every book. I ain't studying all the other translations. I study this book, and I do know many translations. I have a book called the 26 Translations. It has 26 different translations, and it helps you with words that might be a little different from a particular word that you find in the King James Version and stuff like that. But when you look it up and the contents of what it's speaking of, they're all in the same range. For an example, one might have young woman, another one might have maiden, another one might have virgin. Well, they all talking about the same thing. To find out exact context of it, you will finish reading the chapter. Many of us get stuck on a verse and we don't go no farther. If you read the rest of the chapter, it explains what it's talking about, and you have a better understanding if it meant a virgin, a maid, or a young lady. So I don't really know where to tell one to go when it comes to studying the scriptures and being sure. My trust and my belief is in the Holy Scriptures, and the Holy Scriptures is what I witness. Yes, we might have, as you stated, I think you stated, it's 4 pillars in the earth, and it denotes what goes in books and all that. I disagree because many people have taught that the white man wrote the book. Many people teach that the white man is the author of your Holy Scripture. And I remember when I first heard that years ago, and I know I got some brothers on here witness that I said this years ago, if the white man wrote the Bible, he must be Elohim. And the reason why I say that is because there is no man that the Creator created that can tell you the end to the beginning. There is no man. I would never give a man that credit. I don't care what they say on social media. I don't care what they bring out on the news. I will never give a man the credit of what I read in this Holy Scripture, because the Holy Scripture is beyond human comprehension. Many people, professors, don't even understand this. If you don't have the spirit that it takes to understand this book, you're not going to understand it. And people will readily say, well, yeah, Yahweh blind the eye. Well, I thought you said man wrote it. You said, yeah, Yahweh blind the eyes because I can't understand this. But I thought you said man wrote it. So we got to be careful. Like you said, we got to be careful in what we read. I read pretty good dealing with this book. And I know ain't no man created the heavens nor the earth. He can't even keep himself alive. But he can tell you all of this. That's impossible.
That's right. And
let me say one more thing because I'm trying to remember everything you said. As far as the vows you made in sincerity, even though you was in error, I covered that already without even hearing your question, and I will cover it one more time. And I covered it in Ecclesiastes, the 5th chapter, and it tells us again, because the white man ain't wrote this. You just said yourself, you made vows based on being sincere and all that. So I guess the white man already knew that you going to make some vows where you wasn't supposed to make vows. No, because this ain't even talking about being in the enemy's land making vows. This talking about making vows in your land under the covenant of the law. Listen to it one more time. In the 5th chapter, the 1st verse, it says, keep thy foot when I go to the house of Elohim. So it lets you know where you're at. You're in the land. The house of Elohim have only been in the land. And be more ready to hear what? The words of Yah than to give the sacrifices of fools. If this was the enemy wouldn't want you to hear the words of your creator, the only one that can save you. He would have told you to continue to give sacrifices. But let's keep reading. For they consider not that they do evil. Be not rash with thy mouth, and let not thy heart be hasty to utter anything before Elohim. For Elohim is in heaven, and thy upon earth. Therefore let thy words be few. For a dream comes through the multitude of business, and a fool's voice is known by the multitude of words. When thou vowest a vow, and we know this is in the land because we just read where the priest had to be accountable that you can end your vow. It says, when thou vowest a vow into Elohim, defer not to pay it, for he have no pleasure in fools. So a lot of us have done a lot of foolish things before we got into this knowledge. I just put a question up today. A brother asked me, well, what do we supposed to do? Just do anything? I asked them, what was you doing before you learned the words of the scripture? And don't nobody ever want to answer that. And I know the answer. Anything. You was doing anything. The same thing you asking me today, well, what we supposed to do? Anything? Well, that's what you was doing before you read this book. The book is changing you from doing what you consider anything or consider evil. The book is changing your mind to stop you from doing evil. Now, why would your enemy stop you from doing evil? He will keep you doing evil. Evil go hand in hand. Wickedness go with evil. So if I'm the evil man, I wouldn't teach you to do righteous. It says again in the 4th verse, when thou vowest a vow unto Elohim, defer not to pay it, for he hath no pleasure in fools. Pay that which thou hast vowed. And then it says, better is it that thou should not vow, even though we might have vowed through ignorance. Better is it that thou should not vow than that thou shouldst vow and not pay. Suffer not thy mouth, and most times we vowing through our mouth. Suffer not thy mouth to cause thy flesh to sin. Neither say thy before the angel that it was in error. Wherefore should Elohim be angry at thy voice and destroy the work of thy hands? So here it tells us that we done made many foolish vows. We done said many foolish things being in gross darkness. But when you find the light, you will understand that those things was none avail. They were vanity.
Yeah.
But as I stated, I don't know about the other books, and I have been very sure on the things that I wrote or that I say. And I say, if I'm in error, it is only because the book is in error. I will never add or take away. See, when we add and take away, we in error. But the book was here before we was born, before the white man was born. Don't forget, we was on the earth longer than the white man. So the book is already established before the white man started getting his hands on things. And the Almighty told us the end to the beginning, so he allowed us to know that the enemy gonna put his hand on the thing because we forsook Yahweh. If we don't never forsake Yahweh, there is no testimonies of Israel being in captivity after the covenant of the law. There is no testimonies that the enemies, according to Psalms 83, trying to destroy us. That's only because we forsook the Creator and we broke his covenant. Then the enemy come in. I would never give the enemy the credit of writing this. Never.
I'm in agreement with you, brother. What I'm making recognition of is the fact that in history, I know for a fact that they could not accept the word that was in our forefathers' hands up in Europe. Hence comes along versions of the Bible which were much more palatable to them. It was much more. It was easy on their soul because the words of our Elohim is powerful and it convicts a person's soul and mind. And so they couldn't accept it. Hence, where they come up with their religion. So what I'm saying is that if I were to look for, and I'm not going to stop looking and searching. Of course, none of us are. And as we continue to look together as brothers and sisters in love and in peace and in respect of each other or what have you, when I make comments, I'm making comments from one who is guilty of many things, not as one that I think I am holier than thou. Neither do I seek to present myself that way, but as a piece of the puzzle, we all have something to contribute. And in that process, as long as it lines up with what we have to work with, that being the grace that you spoke of a couple of weeks ago, the mercy, the grace, and the loving kindness of our Father, Yahweh, and his blessing in this day unto us, as I believe it extends from his mercy and grace and a loving kindness, and not from what our forefathers broke in the past. I'm just saying, I would seek to learn. I've always wanted to learn Hebrew from not Yiddish, but actual Hebrew. And I don't know, but I think I may have found a brother who is from the land who teaches the actual Hebrew, which sounds nothing like what we are accustomed to hearing that all our brothers was learning over here in New York and wherever and so forth. Not putting them down, just saying that that's where my question is coming from. If the Creator has kept a remnant and kept that remnant in the land until they wake up, they're the only ones that got anything or better chance than any of us. Is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that his spirit can't come down and open and fall on any of us as he puts it there. I dare not say that. But I'm saying that as we look and as we search, I don't put that much confidence in what I read because I find that different variations and so forth. But that doesn't take away from my faith and trusting in Yah.
But let me say this, brother.
Right, and I'm done. After that.
A lot of times, we hear the Christian Bible. We hear people that don't have true understanding saying that the Holy Scripture is what the white man wrote. The white man dictate that. There was two councils One was called the Council of Nicaea, and the other was called the Council of Jamin, if I'm saying them right. And when you search that, you will find out that much of the Holy Scripture was never touched. I don't know where this teaching coming from, but if you look up the Council of Nicaea and you look up the Council of Jamin, they were not dealing with the Holy Scripture. And if you look under the character by the name of Marcion, one that hated Yahweh, they were not dealing with the Holy Scripture. They were dealing with the New Testament. You can look under the New Testament and find out all the things that was changed in the New Testament, and you will be surprised. But that is not what I teach, even though I know those truths. My point is, once you look up the Council of Nicaea, you look up the Council of Jamin, you look under the character of Marcion, you will find out it wasn't the Holy Scripture that they was tampering with. It was the New Testament. I don't teach the New Testament, and I don't teach nobody to go by the New Testament. And when it comes to the language, Hebrew language, and you stated about a remnant being, I guess you saying they're in the land. All of Israel was scattered on the four corners of the earth. The land is part of those four corners. And it lets us know that the remnant is only left after Yahweh get through destroying. So if there are some people over in the so-called land today, they can never be the remnant. And you say, why not? Because Yahweh ain't through destroying. The remnant is those that is left. Meaning the remnant will be those that is saved. And whoever you talking about that speak the language, they ain't saved, so they can't be the language. They can't be the remnant. The remnant means they that are left. And those will be left are those that will be saved. Well, we ain't saved yet. And I don't care where you at on what part of the earth, you can't be a remnant until you are saved. In the language, there is Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, and this is a good question to ask anybody that you might be teaching Hebrew from, because a lot of people say you can't understand this book if you don't know Hebrew. I don't know how they got so many years under their belt not understanding this book, and they don't know Hebrew. But then they learn Hebrew one year, and they say, well, what did you learn all those years before you learned Hebrew? But my question is, for anybody that speak Hebrew, we have taught that, or many people have taught, according to Isaiah the 28th chapter, line upon line, precept upon precept, here a little and there a little, was the formula that Yahweh left Israel to study his word. And we reprove that. We reprove that that is wrong. And we ask anybody that know Hebrew to render the true rendering of that chapter. If it is different than what it says in English, and I have not found one person that say they know Hebrew explain Isaiah 28 any different than how it's written in English.
Okay.
And write that down, because if you're talking to a brother that know Hebrew today, ask them to render to you in Hebrew, what do it say in Isaiah 28? And does it say anything different? And the answer will be no. So there's a lot of scriptures that say what they mean and mean what they say, and you don't need Hebrew to understand that.
Well, thank you, brother. I just wanted to say, I've been reading the Bible for 40 years, and I do recall seeing things in the scriptures from my grandfather and grandmother's Bibles and my mother's Bibles that I don't find in these Bibles that we have later in the 60s and the 70s. That's the reason why.
And the reason why you Let me just say this. The reason why you don't is what I just said. There are many translations of the Bible. I have a book called The 26 Translations of the Bible, and it has many translations. But if you look at the word and study the word that you might be concerning yourself with, you will see that they mean the same thing. Somebody just used a different word to what's the word I'm looking for? To compel or to be able to explain to another generation what that says. Like today. Now, if you hear me read, you hear me still reading the old English. I say the and all that. Well,
right.
if you get a new international Bible, or if you get a Bible like, they ain't gonna say the. They ain't gonna use THOU. They ain't using THY because it's a newer translation to appeal to how you talk today. We're not speaking old time like it's written back then. So the Bibles you see today are revised. That's what they say. They are revised. It's the same meaning. They just using different words to appeal to how you think and talk today.
I understand, but I did a study that proved, and I argued that in many cases they have actually changed the total meaning of a particular scripture, or even the meaning of a book, or at least a passage in a particular book. I wish I had that with me, but it's my conviction now, having been exposed to it by the grace of Yahweh. I can't. That's in my spirit now, which causes me to be more critical of what I'm reading or what I'm hearing, or and to be careful. That's all I'm saying. I'm not. Everything. I appreciate you, brother, and what the Spirit of Yahweh has put on you to deliver, because it has taken me to another dimension that I wasn't even aware of. It opened up my eyes to something else I need to pay attention to. So I'm very grateful for what you just said.
Well,
Thank you.
I understand your appreciation, but your brother have nothing to do with this. I ain't wrote one word.
I know.
Your brother ain't wrote one word in this book. So all I'm doing is reading what's written. I ain't wrote a word. So the appreciation still got to come from what you're getting out of the scripture, because I'm only quoting from the scripture. So I understand what you mean by you appreciate it, but still take in mind, I ain't wrote a word.
Oh,
so if anything, you're going to appreciate the word more than you appreciate your brother.
I appreciate and trust completely in Yahweh or Yahweh, but I also thank him for the brothers and sisters that have come. He brings into my life to help me raise my family, and to keep my seed walking in the right way, to be encouraged just as I'm encouraged. So I'm encouraged by my brothers and sisters, and I need it. So I appreciate that.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And if you can find those chapters and verses that you was talking about that totally contradict themselves or whatever, please write them down and bring them forth. Please.
I will, brother. That's my duty. I hear you, brother. Thank you.
Is there any other comments or questions on what we've taught today? Dealing with this priest and dealing with what a priest's duty is, and our brothers and sisters calling themselves priests and Kohanes and chiefs and all that. Is there any comments or questions on what we discussed this day?
This is Yamin out of Cincinnati, Ohio. I got a statement and a question. The statement is, I apologize that I didn't get a chance to read the Psalms earlier today. And the question is, in the book of Judges, does the people, the book of Judges, I think it's like the 16th, 17th chapter, the people that hired priests to minister in their houses, 17th chapter. Did the Almighty acknowledge that? When people just hired anyone to be a priest in their home?
No, they didn't. And the reason why they didn't it lets us know the condition of the people. And many of those chapters, it always let us know that there was no king at that time. So the king was the other part. That's why I said you needed both parts. You needed the priest and the king. So every time you read in the book of Judges dealing with us hiring priests from the lowest sort and all that, it allows us to know it always told us that there was no king in that time. And it also, the way you can tell
This
if Yahweh
conference has reached
accepted
its
or not
maximum duration
is
and will end in 1
the
minute.
condition of the people. Once you read where it talk about the priest, the person you talk about is the brother named Micah, and his mother had some money, and she used that money to make deities and graven images. And when they made these deities and graven images, they found this brother and made him a priest of their deities and graven images. So it never really add up to what Yahweh told Israel. Yahweh never told us to worship or make any graven images or idols, but that man that you spoke about that was a priest to Micah's house, he was a priest to those idols. Read it again, and you'll find that, as a matter of fact, the tribe